why Kabbalah won't survive. Because the Kabbalah is so much more sophisticated, it's so much more deep, it's so much more rich than Shabbatai Tzvi and Frankists, who only ever really, aside from Nathan of Gaza, who only really ever developed the most thin, superficial, self-serving, bucket-list version of Kabbalah that was engineered basically to deify them. And at the end of the day, the Kabbalah that they wrote in on was a pretty crap Kabbalah, with the exception of Nathan of Gaza, who I think was a very profound Kabbalist. I will give that Nathan of Gaza. But Shabbatai himself, Frank, they were never deep Kabbalists, and they were never really actually, I think, about the Kabbalist life. I think at the end of the day, they were about themselves, and their actions proved it. And when they left, the Kabbalah could stand on its own, didn't need them, it existed before them, it was deeper and richer than they could have possibly imagined, and thank God, in many ways, it survived them and it thrived. So tonight we talk about Kabbalah and the aftermath of Shabbatai. And what I want to really drive home about this is I don't want to talk about this as post Shabbatian Kabbalah, because Shabbatai Tzvi and the Frankist movement and all that stuff that we've been talking about, that's an aberration. And it was sort of like a night where everyone had, it's like a bender. You know, everyone on a bender that went to New Orleans, got trashed, they did all the things, and they went back to their homes, and they shook off the bender. So you can think about Shabbatai movement as kind of a big bender. They went down there, got trashed, did coke, and they did all the things. And when they came back home, it straightened up and it's over. And so I think of the Shabbatai movement as a kind of bender in the history of Judaism. So what happens in the immediate aftermath of 1666 when Shabbatai converts? Well, obviously the first thing that we've already talked about, there are people who are diehard believers who do everything they can to convince themselves using every tool they have in Kabbalah and Torah to convince themselves that Shabbatai Tzvi is the Messiah, no matter what. No matter if he apostatizes, no matter if he dies, no matter if he splits into three groups, no matter if they all have to convert to Catholicism, there's always someone out there willing to do the work and try to convince everyone that this is true. And there are diehards in every religion, there are diehards in almost every belief system, and no matter what happens, they will convince themselves of what they want to believe. That's one camp. I spent a lot of time talking about them. They're out there. They're going to be out there into the 1880s. Also, in the immediate aftermath of 1666, there were a ton of people who realized that this was a catastrophe. There were people who believed in Shabbatai. In 1666, when he apostatized, they realized, oh man, this is really bad. And what's also particularly important about this is that the people who, at the very beginning of this, realized this was a disaster, people like Menachem and Israel, those people who knew from the very beginning it was going to be a crazy thing, never did the Talmud ceremony so far as that out. From what I know in history of Judaism, there's never a major I told you so moment where people gloat and people say, I told you so, and you can go jump in a river, you believed in this guy, and now you're barking back in the tree, you're barking back in my tree trying to get back to synagogue, you were happy to pray to this Indians, and now he's abandoned you, and now what? You can go somewhere else, go be Christian. What's incredible is the Jews and the rabbis who've seen people make this mistake welcome them back. And to my knowledge, I don't see this until so far. They just didn't do that. They were very magnanimous. And they began to do the work. What was the work? The work was, let's just pretend this never happened. Right? Let's just pretend this never happened. So what did they do? The second camp, people that realized it was a disaster, they went back to doing what they were doing before that time. They went back to intellectual labor, trying to make Kabbalah work. That is to say, systematizing it. Trying to figure out how the Lurianic Kabbalah lines up with Proto-American Kabbalah. They went back to the heavy lifting of trying to do Kabbalah in a pretty systematic, simple way. Now, that's not to say that they just ignored it completely. They realized that something inside Lurianic Kabbalah, something inside of the Kabbalistic impulse was dangerous. Because it had gone off the rails. It had gone off the rails, crazy off the rails. And so they began slowly to think about how to implement safeguards to prevent this from happening. This could have led to real serious problems. Can you imagine what happened if all the 2,000 books and began to sail in the Mediterranean to reach Palestine? It could have been terrifying. Tens of thousands of people Empire. They could just be denied entry into the Ottoman Empire. And who knows what would happen? They can sail back to Spain. We're going to arrive as refugees in Christian Europe. This could have been much, much, much worse than it was. And we find it's actually very lucky that it's only as bad as it was. So the rabbis began very carefully to deal with the problem of beginning the business of putting bumpers, basically, on the Kabbalah to prevent it from going off the rails again. And what do those bumpers look like? The main thing is public Kabbalistic teachings, especially advanced Kabbalah, just stop. They just stop. You just cannot teach people quantum mechanics if they don't understand its functions. You just can't. You cannot teach people how to weld if they've never held a hammer before. You have to. You cannot deliver these incredibly complex Kabbalistic ideas, which are incredibly easy to misinterpret, to a population of people who basically just don't even have a Torah knowledge. Especially people who live in Christian lands who only recently converted back to Judaism. So they cease teaching Kabbalah publicly. They cease teaching publicly. Now I know that makes many of us agree. That makes many of us think, oh, these elitists, how dare they hide this? Well, you gotta put yourself in their shoes. These people were playing, it's like toddlers playing with fire. These people were not prepared to deal with this, and they were able to be convinced of something basically insane. Because they hurl these crazy complex ideas that they were able to basically convince themselves. So what ends up happening is that the first thing is that Kabbalah, public Kabbalah teaching begins to withdraw, especially technical systems. Then a creeping kind of legalism is creeping, and that legalism takes the form of safeguards. You need to vet. You can learn this stuff. And how do you vet? You vet them based on all kinds of other factors of stability. What are those things in life? But they're old enough. You don't teach a 13-year-old Kabbalah. You should, according to the cycle. You have to wait. How old? Maybe 40. That was the number they said. I've had folks that heard that number. Well, do you want to teach Kabbalah to a bachelor? No, because a bachelor might get so crazily Kabbalistic, they're just married to God. They don't want to actually get married to a woman, right? From a traditional perspective. So they need to be married. They need to have a job. They need to have kids. They need to be anchoring them to this world. I've actually heard somewhere that Air Force pilots have to be married to kids or something like that because they don't want them getting in like $50 million, $30 million flying around. The idea is that you need to anchor in this world. You can go to the other world. You can go to the Kabbalistic and go up to Spirit, fine. But you need something anchoring you in this world. You need a job, you need kids and a wife, you need family. You cannot just be Kabbalah. That's unhealthy. So they begin to try to implement things at the community level that ensure that people who are mentally ill, people who are drunks, people who are other kinds, they have other kinds of things that anchored in the world. Now again, if that sounds elitist to you, maybe it does sound elitist. But is it reasonable? I think it's reasonable. Is it reasonable? Just what I want you to be very reasonable. I think it's very reasonable. So again, it's not a bizarre idea. Third, there is a shift away in Kabbalah, away from cosmological speculation. That cosmological stuff that led to bizarre ideas about how the world got created, how Messiah became implanted in the world, as we talked about last time, with the Trojan and dragons, and messianic speculation is ground to a halt. That's over. It's not going to be messianic speculation. By the way, that's a return to Talmud. Talmud is very clear. The Talmud says do not speculate about the beginning, do not speculate about the end. Speculate about now. Right? Speculate about now. Don't deal with Masa Bereshit. Do not deal with things of the world. Deal with now. That's a return to very orthodox Judaism. And they were to see that we get to Hasidism in a minute. Hasidism is the enemy of mystification, the mysticism of the now. Hasidism says the now. What is happening right in front of your face? The literal thing, the world we're living in right now, is more mystical important than what happened back then, what's going to happen later. And so Hasidism is going to pioneer the mysticism of the now. So they really take this to great heights and represent one of the enormous genius of Hasidism. So there's a shift. What does this shift look like? There's a shift away from what's going on here. Right? Because trying to figure out that was dangerous. So what's the shift? The shift is into here. The shift is into here, right? The shift is into the mind, the heart. It's about personal piety. And so it's all about fixing you. We are not focusing our attention on trying to become Messiah anymore. That was a disaster. We're done with that. What we do now, we now focus our attention on inner piety. And so the shift in the Kabbalistic language is now toward energy. Not messianic saving the world stuff. It's about saving you and your community. And that's an intense piety of these things we'll talk about. This idea of kavanot, spiritual concentration, and following Jewish law very seriously. Remember, part of what people were very upset about with chapter 19, the Shabbat movement, was the rejection of Jewish law. And so what ends up happening is that Jewish law becomes front and center, just like it was early on. Remember, the Zohar is highly legal. The Zohar never said you could abandon the law. In fact, the Zohar created the law that Kabbalah without the Jewish law, without Kabbalah, without Halakha, is incoherent. And so, in many ways, the post-Shabbatism is a return to Kabbalah and truth. It's exactly divorcing Kabbalah from Halakha. That was a disaster in the minds of these Kabbalists. I tend to agree. And so, this movement is a return back to the old things of Kabbalah. So, in the end of the day, Kabbalah, thank God, it deserves worship. It should not have been. Thank God it was thrown out. The baby with the bathwater. I'm glad, very glad. But we have to admit that I think the kind of safeguards that get put on Kabbalah aftermath of all this are not unreasonable. What's also important about this is this story sometimes gets told from a super Eurocentric perspective. Surprise, Eurocentrism here it is. The truth of the matter also is that Kabbalistic centers are also appearing all over the Jewish world. Many places in which Shabbatism really never took a big hold. Those places are places like Morocco, places like Yemen, although Shabbatism was very popular in Yemen, Morocco, Kurdistan, northern Iraq, Aleppo, and Baghdad, also in Jerusalem. Jerusalem, you'll remember, was a holdout. Jerusalem condemned Shabbatism from the very beginning. So these centers in the Arab world, not of the European world, are going to be the first to come back online, and they're going to be producing enormous amounts of Kabbalistic literature. Now, the sad truth of that is that a lot of the literature has been lost, especially as Jews fled Arab lands, were expelled from Arab lands in the 1950s. A lot of that literature has been lost, and most of it, to my knowledge, remains manuscript. When I say manuscript, I mean handwritten books from the 16th century, 17th century. So there's not even printed editions of these books. But we know, and I know this because of other scholars and some surveyed literature, there is a mountain of Kabbalah literature out there, heavily working on systematizing Lutheran and Kabbalah at this time. One of the real interesting personalities that appears in all this is Atna Barzani. Atna Barzani is probably the first woman rabbi that we know of, like someone who actually may have really held that title. And she was a Kabbalist, and she seems to have had supernatural powers. She lived in Kurdistan, in what is now northern Iran. And her father was very charismatic, he died, and there was no one basically to take his place. He was such a apostle. And the only person that's qualified was his daughter. And so, by default, his daughter took his place, and Atna Barzani becomes basically, I think, the world's first real rabbi. And she's an active Kabbalist. And history, children's book about her, too, by the way. I don't know if folks have seen the children's book that's come out recently. There's a children's book about her. Actually, you look it up. Look at it. But it's really neat. She's just a really incredible character. She's just a really incredible character. Powerful woman living in Kurdistan. It's worth mentioning that we have one of the few women Kabbalists in this time who's ever been mentioned. So it's important to mention his name, Atna Barzani. There are two major centers that emerge in this period in the world of Kabbalah. One in Jerusalem and one in what is now Poland. What is now Poland is already telling sort of the world is dividing. Poland will be a center of Jewish life, of course, and Jerusalem will be as well. The first one is Beit El, the House of God, which was founded by Yemenite Kabbalists. Right? We haven't talked much about Yemenite Kabbalah. Beit was founded by probably one of the most erudite Kabbalists of his day. I would say he's probably the most erudite Kabbalist of his day, Shalom Mizrahi Sharabi. And Sharabi's physical school, the actual school that he taught in, survived all the way to the 1920s. He was only destroying an earthquake in Jerusalem. You could have gone there in the 1920s. The physical school was still there. And Kabbalists in his school were still alive as late as 1969. He had one of the longest Kabbalistic universities, basically, in the world. And so, again, so much of the way we're taught Kabbalah is so Eurocentric. But the truth of the matter is, this is a Mizrahi Jew, Yemenite Jew, running one of the longest functioning Kabbalistic schools in Jerusalem. So he died in 1777, and his Kabbalah becomes very important. Now, the main thing that they do in the school of Beit is that it's social and it's theoretical. The first thing they do is they turn their attention exclusively to learning Kabbalah. They are probably the principal systematizers of learning Kabbalah in this period. The main systematizers of deciding on these ideas. And what they systematize it around is the use of kavanot. And these kavanot, I know we use the word kavanot now as kind of things to meditate upon, but another way of thinking of kavanot, at least in this Kabbalistic sense, is to think of them as foci of spiritual concentration. Imagine one's soul as a kind of light, and that in order to gain the infinite access to the infinite light of the Godhead, you have to focus it just like a radio wave or any other kind of thing. If you have unfocused energy, it doesn't do anything. It's only by focusing that energy, that focusing that spiritual energy, that you kind of get on the wavelengths of God. It sounds super New Agey, but there's a reason why they use New Agey people use the metaphors they do. They're not bad metaphors. And the idea is that you have this wild energy, this wild spiritual energy. You have to focus it in prayer. Prayer is the lens that focuses this energy, and that the way that you focus it, the lens of prayer is focused using these kavanot. And Sharabi's Sidur, which has been published, his Sidur is in Hebrew, and his Sidur includes hundreds of these kavanot. And these kavanot are sort of like micro adjustments of your soul to focus your soul during prayer on various aspects of correcting and repairing and shaping your inner life. How exactly you want to connect to God or connect to various aspects of the Sphirot, how you want to push your soul as it reaches up into the spiritual world. And so it's through these kavanot, these very complicated kavanot, which were actually written down. You had to memorize them. They were exams. These were kavanot exams. You had to know how to match the exams up, apparently. This was a very rigorous school of Kabbalah. But notice here again, it's about the interior life of the Kabbalist. It's not about some other stuff. It's about learning to focus your spiritual being upon God in a radically sharp, defined, focused way. What's interesting about this school is that two things that are interesting about it. One is that it was incredibly student teacher oriented, which is to say they did not teach this stuff publicly. You could not go listen to a lecture at Beidel publicly. You had to be vetted in, you had to be tested, you had to be declared, you had to have incredible levels of education to even knock on the door. So this was a school that heavily prioritized a high level of rigorous Jewish life. So this is not just sort of fly-by-night people singing songs in the, and you had to rigorously apply yourself to Judaism. You had to take exams. This is Kabbalah at its most spiritually ethical. Further, you could have signed basically an NDA. You could never teach this stuff publicly. And secondly, you had to sign a letter of agreement that you pledged yourself to the school of Beidel, and that you pledged yourself for your entire life, and you had to pledge yourself to the world to come. So you had to pledge yourself, even in the world to come, that you would only study with other members of Beidel in the world to come too. In the base midrash, in Olam Haba, in the house of study in the world to come, Beidel would be there. You actually go study there. And so even the idea here is that you have to dedicate yourself to eternity to school. And so, again, a high level of rigor. And there were people still matriculating through Basel all the way to the early 20th century, and like I said, the last curator of the school of the Kavanot of Shalom Mizrahi Sharabi, blessed memory, he died in 1969. So this school lasted for centuries. The other major school appeared in Poland, right, at Brody, what is now Poland, and this was known as Klois, right, Klois. So the Klois was much more like a spiritual fraternity. It wasn't an actual school in the sense of Beitel, where you went to a place and learned. It was much more like a spiritual fraternity with various kinds of people moving through it, and more people sort of meeting in sort of a general organization of spirituality. I don't want to exactly compare Freemasons, but it was something like a spiritual Kabbalistic fraternity. And it also focused heavily on Berean and Kabbalah. Notice they're all hunkering down on Berean and Kabbalah. That becomes the basic standard of Kabbalah for a minute. But the main thing you'll notice about this is it's primarily attracting Lithuanians. So Lithuanian folks, as we'll see in a minute, are a bit more elitist, and they're much more intellectualist, right? So there's a high level of intellectualist elitism going on in the Florianic world, or in the Lithuanian world. And with some exceptions, there are definitely people there too. But generally speaking, this is a much more heavily intellectualist form of Kabbalah. So the Jerusalemite school is much more prayer-oriented. The Polish school, the Klois, is much more intellectually oriented. They're much more interested in systematizing Kabbalah and really, really hammering out exactly a kind of systematic theology of Judaism that is basically rooted in Kabbalah. Now, they do publish a lot of their works. We actually have a ton of works published by members of the Klois. So they did publish books. These books are very technical. I tried to look at some of them today in early books, and I couldn't hardly have to tell some of the stuff. Like, you have to. The level of Kabbalistic education, the level of Talmudic education, the level of these guys is stupid. These are geniuses who are piling this stuff on. I was trying to read some of this stuff today. It's like quantum mechanics. I mean, it's so high level. Their books do survive in early modern books. You can actually view them online if you want to. Check them out. Like I said, I really struggle to make even 10, 15 sentences make sense to me. Kind of barely can follow it. It's like, I don't know, it's like trying to read Deleuze or some kind of crazy post-structuralist people reading that. Although it's that challenging. Their works are also published, but there are no translations. There are no modern versions. I don't know if they and you're beginning to hear a common thing now, right? They only exist at this time. They've never been reprinted. They've never been translated. The reason for that, actually, just very clearly, I'll go ahead and spoil or tell you, is the Holocaust. The Holocaust is the complete cultural interruption of Kabbalah. It amputates an entire people, not just from their families, but it amputates people from their entire world. And basically, the stuff just is base. I mean, that's what happens when you for your life. You just can't save this stuff on the march. It's terrible. So much of this literature is basically recorded, and it's going to take 3 generations of scholars to basically bring it back to the It's going to take that, at least that. It is a monumental task. And this time period, by the way, I think is probably some of the most sophisticated Kabbalist literature ever. And it languishes in complete obscurity because there's just so few people with the skills to bring them into the learning. The Hebrew skills, the Kabbalah skills, the Bible skills. It just doesn't exist. It just, the level of Kabbalistic scholarship of this time, 1750s, 1800s, even into the 19th century, the level of Kabbalistic scholarship is so high in such areas that never recovers. Never, ever recovers. And it's going to take 100 years, 200 years probably, to recover, to get Kabbalistic scholarship back up to where it was. This school is typically a bit more rationalistic. And when I say rationalistic, what I mean is they're intellectualists. For them, they're trying to systematize Kabbalah into a system of basically Jewish theology. They're trying to formulate a Jewish theology that makes sense. And for folks who know a little bit about the Litvish world, you can probably tell I have a great deal of sympathy for the Litvish world. I'm much more heavily identified with the yeshivish Litvish world. Hasidic world, although I still have a great admiration for the Hasidic world as well. But as you may know, folks who study Talmud, the famous Brisker method emerges out of the Lippish world. The Brisker method is known to be, they compare it to balanced equations. It's like doing, it's like you were balanced chemical stuff in chemistry. It's like taking things apart at the molecular level. And so the Brisker method is infamous for its skillful, nitpicking, making tiny disagreements, analyzing things in a tiny detail, as opposed to how do we apply all this? They don't care. They're like, no, we must very strictly understand every single logical relationship. And so this is the world that produced some of the greatest logic textbooks and Jewish logic, some of the greatest logic textbooks in Halacha. The literature world is famous and infamous for this. And what this gives rise to is a heavily intellectualist culture and a heavily elitist culture. And as you might imagine, and again, when I say elitist, I mean that in both the good sense and the bad sense of that word. I mean that in the good sense that these are elite scholars. And again, when I say elite, I don't mean elite in just a bad way. These are the smartest, some of the smartest Jews in the world working here. They are this is the Nobel Prize winners of Judaism working in Kabbalah and stuff. Now, that also gives them a sense that they're superior. They do see that these Amchai Jews, these poor Jews, these Polish Jews working in the fields in shtetl, barely can read, scratch together an education to read a siddur, they do think of themselves as somehow better. Not somehow, they're better. I mean, in the same way that I think a Nobel Prize winner is going to think a high school C student in physics. They're just not going to compare. And there is an intellectualist, and I mean this now in the negative sense, an intellectualist milieu that develops in this Lippish world, where they really do believe that, poor, illiterate, monty Jews, they can do their very best, and maybe they want to bend God. But can they really serve God? Can they understand God? Can they really do the heavy lifting of being a rigorous Jew? Not really. They're never going to be really pious. They're going to have a middling piety on that, sort of a pumpkin piety. And so this intellectualist elitist trend is going to take hold in Central Europe, especially among the Litvak schools. And again, that's not for me. I have a lot of sympathy for the Litvak schools, but that trend does take hold. And it's into that trend Hasidism will emerge in that world. So Hasidism is an interesting kind of movement in lots of ways, obviously. The main thing that's interesting about it is that it is neither Shabbatism, although it bears a lot of similarity to Shabbatism. We'll talk about that in a minute. So it seems to have preserved many of the attractive things that made Shabbatism popular. So it seems to have kind of produced Shabbatism without Shabbatai. It has so many of the elements of Shabbatism, but it doesn't have the kind of interior heresy of believing this guy's Messiah. So it has all the confusion, all of the emotions, all of the passion, all of the messianic expectation, but it does not center Shabbatai speak. It's not Shabbatism. Problem. The other thing is it doesn't go as intellectualistic either. It doesn't go in the direction of the Klois, and it doesn't go in the direction of the Litvish world. It's a unique way of sailing in between a real difference in the Jewish world. Whereas the Litvish world is very intellectual, very elitist, it doesn't go that direction. And it doesn't go in the absolute antinomian direction of diffusion, joy, and do whatever you want. It sails in between. And unsurprisingly, it's going to be world changing in the Jewish world. In many ways, Hasidism is for most people at this point just Orthodox Judaism. It will be that successful. Hasidism will be that successful. So it's begun, of course, by the mystic and practical Kabbalist. When I say practical Kabbalist, you should read something like Magician. He was basically a Jewish magician. This was a thing that was practiced back at this time. It was a kind of practical Kabbalah where you would make amulets and you would do mystical herbal treatments and you would do all kinds of what we would now recognize as basically Jewish magic. There were a bunch of these guys. They referred to themselves as Baal Shems, good names. And Israel ben Eliezer was the as the Baal Shem Tov. And he, I should not say 1866, or 66. He was He was a mystical healer. He did a lot of relatively parochial jobs. He was sort of a beadle in synagogues and taught kids. He was never much of a person outside of the movement until he really came into his own as a kind of extraordinarily innovative and charismatic preacher of a new kind of Judaism. And this new kind of Judaism was heavily mystically involved. It involved teaching mysticism to the public, although in a very modified way. We'll talk about that more in a minute. And it was a very diffusive form of Judaism. It was a Judaism that was accessible to anyone. It was not a Judaism that was a Judaism of elite scholars. It was a Judaism that could be accessible to anyone walking along the road on a day's journey to their home. So the ideas of the Baal Shem Tov bring to bear all of the enthusiasm of the Shabbatian movement, but it's incredibly important, but a halachic rigor that anchors it in the traditional world of Jewish life. So it does the work. Right? The Baal Shem Tov he squared the circle. He squared the circle. He could bring the energy of the Shabbatian movement, but he could also anchor it and locate it in the world of rigorous halachic Judaism. And there's a slogan, I think, for the Hasidic movement. It's actually can be found in Zohar 122 base. And this is probably the most famous, I think, basic slogan of Hasidism, right? So this literally means in Aramaic, there is no place devoid of God. But there's no place devoid of Him, whatever. There's no place devoid of God. Everywhere is God. Everywhere is God. They say if you take the gematria of Elohim, right, and the gematria of Teva, nature, they add up to the same thing. Elohim and Teva are the same thing. God is nature. Sounds like Spinoza, a little bit like Spinoza, right? They say, look, there is no place. God cannot be anywhere other than where God is, and there can be no place devoid of God. Therefore, everywhere is where God is. Now, not everything is God. They're pantheists, not pantheists. And they say that, yes, there are things that are not God. There are all kinds of things. Everything around is not God, but hiding underneath them all is God. There is no place where God is not. And so the thing that one must do is one must learn to focus on the immanence of God. One must uncover the reality of God all around yourself and you. And this task is to show that God is in all being, God is in all thinking, God is in all acts. That even the task of changing the tire, the wheel on a car in the mud, is an act of piety if you see God in it, if you find God in it. And so the idea here is that God is everywhere. And piety, the task of piety, is to uncover the divinity all around you. But God hides God's self. You never see God's face, you see God's back. So God's back is what we see all around us. To seek God's face.
I'm sure it's okay. If you
Face in the most tiny things that you do. That is, of course, I think, the core of the Hasidic. So So the task is not just to follow Jewish law, which you must, because Jewish law is the primary gateway to God. But it's to realize that everything allows you to approach God. Everything that you do, everything that you are, allows you to cling to God. The vagueness, core idea, and that by clinging to God, by uncovering God, everything you do, the moment you take a sip of wine, the sweetness of the wine is a taste of God. That the light of the Shabbat candles, the light in the Shabbat candles is an entrance into the light of God. And so they cover your eyes before you see them for the first time at Shabbat, so that when you uncover your eye, you see them, you may see them without the cover, the back of God, will peer directly into the light. There is Hashem. Right? That is Chassidism. It's just the light of the candles that reveal to you God. Everywhere is God hiding, and the process is there to find God. And ditto, of course, where do you find God most profound? In you. Because you're made in the image of God. You're made the selling of Elohim. You're made in the image of God. You're a mirror of God. Everything that is you is in some sense a aspect of God. But the mirror is dirty. You have to clean the mirror. How do you clean the mirror? You undergo a process called tohagitis. You can clean the mirror of all creation, right? The emptying out of what is. And as you empty out, as you negate what is, what's left behind from the negation of what is there's just God left. And so you purify your mind. You don't think bad thoughts. If you do think bad thoughts, you convert the bad thoughts into good thoughts. If you see a beautiful woman walking around the road and you lust after her intensely, feel the lust. Let the lust wash over you. Feel the passion in your body. And know that the beauty and the lust that you feel for the woman walking down the road is just a pale glimpse of how much you crave to love God. You convert the feeling of the lust, of the sin, of the Aveira, convert it into the passion that you would have for God. So it's not about blotting out things. It's not about not feeling things. It's not about going under ascetic practices and rolling around the snow. So you don't feel things, feel it. The sin is real. You convert the sin, redeem the sin, give to the Aveira a tikkun, give to the sin a reparation, and you'll elevate yourself. You'll cleanse your ego, elevate yourself to victory. So all of these things allow you to approach God in your everyday life. Everyday life, everything around you hides God and is God. And you can approach those things in their physicality. So much of Kabbalah became so intellectual in the Litvish world, became so about figuring out how the Sphira do this, and where do things so, how do things so empty itself out, Shimu, and what are the shards left behind, and how the shards fall to this part. It's this very complicated intellectual thing. Chassidism said what really matters for most people is they must encounter the physical world, the world around them, the month around them, the food they eat, the bed they sleep in, the clothes they wear. They must encounter all those things. The movement of their very body. That's where they need to find God. Not as some intellectualist trying to figure out Sphira stuff. Now, they don't abandon that. But for them, what matters is worship through embodiment. Avoid the Bagashmi. Right? Worship, Avodah Bagashmi. Worshiping in one's physicality. That physicality is a gateway to divinity. That the body and sex, the body and eating, the body and feeling your body, even injury, can be avodah Bagashmi. Can be a way to approach Hashem, access God. So this is a radical democratization of mysticism, where everything becomes an avenue to mysticism. Everything becomes a gateway to divinity. Now, this all gets focused in on the leaders of the movement. The leaders of the movement become these incredibly charismatic, and they were fabulously charismatic people with supernatural powers. You often hear stories of people who can look, they can see things happening for hundreds of miles away, and all kinds of things. There's all kinds of things in the Hasidic world. We got these stories about these leaders. These leaders establish courts, dynasties. When I say courts and dynasties, these rebbes, these tzaddikim, right, these rebbes, they live like kings. And they have the ability to assess who you behalf of God. They're so righteous that their soul brushes up against God. And if they pray for you, then God heals you. Even if they're dead, even if the Rebbe is dead, you leave letters in his grave, on his grave, his spirit, his soul can still reach up to Hashem and communicate your desire, your prayers, even beyond death. And that custom is still practiced today in the Chassid world. These Sadokim, these Rebbe's, are almost divine. They're saints, basically. And you imitate everything the Rebbe does. If the Rebbe drinks a little bit of schnapps before this, you should drink schnapps. He's discovered some secret way of accessing mysticism. If he dances like this, you should dance like this. Everything the Rebbe does has some inner deep meaning, and the Rebbe is in many ways the gateway to God. So the Rebbe's, the leaders of these Hasidic dynasties, become quasi-divine figures in many ways. And these courts get established all through Eastern Europe, and they are fabulous. You're talking about dudes wearing hats that cost thousands of gold coins. You're talking guys wearing silver garments that are like knit through with gold and silver thread. Because again, your very clothing is given to God, and the more beautiful you are, the more you glorify yourself. Of course, at some level, it helps you to be more connected to God, because God's a king. And maybe you should be a bit like that too. And so the outfits they wear, and to this day, the outfits they wear cost tens of thousands of dollars for a coat. Tens of thousands, $40,000, $50,000 for a hat. Because it's all about the glory, the kavod of the red. So they establish these courts, and these courts go on to become the central pillars of the Hasidic movement, even to this day. So you probably know some of these courts. The Satmar court, which is now split between two brothers who have nasty disputes since the former Rebbe of the Satmar died. The Satmar movement is the biggest. Did you follow Unorthodox? Book Saul Unorthodox, the television show that depicts the Satmar dynasty. Probably folks know the Chabad Lubavitch movement. Chabad is a philosophy of Hasidism. Lubavitch is the actual dynasty. The Lubavitch movement is primarily known for its kiruv, which is to say outreach. They are a very outward-looking Hasidic movement that wants to bring people into Judaism, and they want to bring people into Judaism. That's part of how they do that's how they're going to redeem the world. Of course, they're also known for their, at least some section of them, and their belief that their Rebbe, of blessed memory, is the Messiah, which I think is great. He's buried out in Queens a couple times, and it's a very powerful spiritual experience to pray there in the grave of the Rebbe. There's also a Rebbe's grave here in Detroit. You get a chance to visit one. There's a Rebbe's grave here. Bells? I can't remember exactly, but he died here. He just happened to visit here and died and buried here. And now it's a pilgrimage site. Going to visit the grave of the Rebbe is a big deal in the Hasidic world. Nachman and Breslov, if you go to the Breslov, two times a year, they ship in tens of thousands to see them all over the world that invade this Ukrainian town for like a weekend. So it's a big deal there. Now, what's important to know about these Hasidic Rebbe's is that they weren't just enthusiastic, charismatic leaders who relied on emotions and enthusiasm to rope people in. These are systematic thinkers. Many of them were carefully systematic thinkers, and they produced some of the most innovative texts of Kabbalah of that time. Now, are they as rigorous as what's coming out of the Litvak school? No. Are they as intensely focused as what's coming out of Be'el or Jerusalem? No. But they are systematic treatises on Kabbalah from the point of view of Hasidism, which seeks to make Kabbalah something that you live. It's a thing that you live. It's a thing that you experience. It's a thing that you embody. And so it's not, in many ways, the kind of highly intellectualist Kabbalah that existed in the Lithuanian world. It's a much more livable kind of Kabbalah. Of course, the most famous book of this form of Kabbalah is the Tanya, which is something like scripture, basically, for the Lubavitch movement. You can get a copy of the Tanya anywhere. You can go anywhere, and there's a Lubavitch place, and ask them for a copy of the Tanya. They will happily give you a copy of the Tanya. It's a little bit controversial because they claim that basically non-Jews don't have souls. They do a lot of acrobatics to try to explain that away, but it has some pretty famous infamous parts. But the Tanya is probably the most famous book. There are tons of Kabbalistic texts written in the Hasidic world, and never let anyone tell you that you lack intellectual or spiritual rigor. It's simply a lie perpetuated by people that I typically actually sympathize with, but basically these books are incredibly deep, incredibly powerful. Now, as you might imagine, this faced enormous kickback from the non-Jewish world. They had just dealt with the Shabbat fiasco. You've got people doing damn headstands during prayer as part of their Shabbat. They're like, you people are out of control. You're just Shabbatians, right? You're just all crypto Shabbatians. You're bringing all this stuff that led us to the tradition of Shabbat. You need to stop. And they were led by the Gaon of Vilna. And the Gaon of Vilna was a vociferous opponent of the Hasidic movement. The Lithuanian schools typically became referred to as misnagdim, the opponents, right? Typically, sometimes I'm kind of misnag in my personality, misnag in my Judaism, which is funny because I have lots of Hasidic friends. The joke is, I'm more misnag than more Hasidic, obviously. But this was a brutal feud that raged for a couple of generations. And I will say that, in all honesty, the Misnagdim are completely wrong here, folks. The early generations of the Hasidic movement, the first couple of generations of the Hasidic movement, were pretty out of control. Especially, again, you have to think about this in the aftermath of the Shabbat thing. They are terrified that it's going to go off the rails again. They're going to get one of these rebbes to pop off and say they're Messiah, and we're going to have to deal with the exact same disaster again. And I've gone through some of these already in a previous talk, but you can begin to see the misguided perspective. The Tzaddik looks kind of like a little Messiah, right? The Rebbe looks a bit like a little Messiah. There's sort of a transgression from the system angle here. There's kind of like that you have to experience the sin of lust, and you have to convert it to God. You should feel lust, and then you convert it to feel lust for God, love for God. These guys are like, no, don't feel lust. It's a haram. Why would you cultivate the feeling of lust? You cannot do that. You cannot convert it. You need to not minimize that. Not feel it and then convert it. So they worry this is kind of the cultivation of sins. Both of these movements emerge in Podolia. There's no denying that. Both the movement and the Shabbat emerge in the exact tiny region of Poland. And many people thought they grew from the same earth. It's the same thing. Also, they are popularizing Kabbalah. Remember, right? Books like the Tanya by they are trying to bring Kabbalah back to the masses. That's one of the things that the Kabbalists this time are trying to stop. They're like, no, these people were led astray by these ideas. Not because the ideas are bad, maybe not because the people are inherently not capable of understanding them, they just can't understand them with their level of education. You cannot get these ideas to these people because it will go off the rails again. Hasidism says no. You bring them along, you educate them. You teach them. You give them a little bit at a time to raise them up so they can become understanding. So there's a much higher degree of willingness among the Hasidic world to incorporate Kabbalistic ideas into their connection to mass intent or the establishment, especially. They worry about Rebecca Hashim. They worry this is also antinomianism. These people doing weird stuff, doing handstands, cartwheels during prayer, people screaming during prayer. One of the Hasidic dynasties that exists is Karlaners. Karlaners are the most metal of all of the Hasidic people. They're the most metal because they're infamous for screaming all of their prayers out loud. So if you ever go to a Karlaner shul, which I've been, they they scream their prayers during the prayer cycle. You can imagine for a bunch of heady, intellectual, university-trained Jewish Kabbalists, a bunch of dudes screaming all the time, crying uncontrollably. That's crazy. This is the Shabbat again, right? So Abu Dhabi early on was very worrying for this. The court setting for these rebbe's acting like kings. Shabtai Tzvi did that when he was in Migdal Oz. He did that when he was in exile, Montenegro. He's now Montenegro. They're just being little Shabtais. These rebbe's are just being little Shabtais. They're just little messiahs. And many of them thought they might be the messiah. And that's an idea when we get to the 20th century with the rise of Messianism and the Rabbi Rothschild. They were terrified when these guys would come off into the opposite side. Further, some Shabbat books were popular among early Hasidim. Hamdat Yomim was a big one, right? But there were other crypto Shabbat books that were popular among early Hasidim. So, the way the Mitnagim saw the Hasidic movement, at least early on, was that if it's not Shabbatinism, it's diet Shabbatinism. It's Shabbatinism light. It's Shabbatinism that has all of the same dangerous ingredients that could lead to the problems we just had. It's just not there yet. And so they were terrified of this movement. And they were terrified of the movement both because they wanted to keep integrity of Judaism, but also because they were terrified of what would happen if the Shabbat thing popped off again. If there were another one. And again, I know it's easy to kick the Mitnagim as sort of like intellectualists, I don't know, phobies or whatever. They were trying to shepherd a movement in the aftermath of a disaster, spiritual disaster. And the last thing they wanted was the ingredients of that disaster becoming popular. Now, what's happening and what's incredibly important, and I think this is what makes obviously proof of the proof of the tasting or whatever, the Hasidic movement was ultimately not Shabbat now, it was Shabbat again. And how do we know that? In a generation or two, it became very rigorously halachically conservative. To this day, if you go to a Hasidic synagogue, they are halachically Islam. Now they have weird halakhic stuff. They follow a different minhag. They live by people who follow a much more Sephardi style minhag, which is odd because they're in Central Europe. They might put tefillin on with blood, which is unusual, specifically tribalistic thing found in most of the Hasidim. I don't know if you do it. They do mostly do some unusual things, but at the end of the day, it's a halakhically conservative. They come down the side of the old school Kabbalah, which was Jewish law is the unique gateway to God. And rigorous following of the law of the halakha is a fundamental aspect of Kabbalah. So for all of the excesses, for all of the court, for all of the society, for all the rabbis, for all of the rituals that they may do, for all the cartwheels they might do during prayer, screaming things and whatever, at the end of the day, the law is the law, so they don't break it. Both sides of this equation, both the Mitnagim and the Hasidim, they spent generations they excommunicate each other like everyone. It's just a dreadful situation. I think local authorities had to intervene on several occasions and things like this. Also, I should point this out in the defense of Hasidim, again, that I identify more with the New world. I will say that the Nesh, the Baal Shem Tov, the founder of the Hasidic movement, was one of the Talmudists that actively opposed Frankenstein. So, from the very beginning, they were opposed to things like Frankenstein. Nesh was Baal Shem Tov, the founder of the Hasidim, was opposed to it. So, again, he was pro-Talmud canon, small Talmud, etc. So, I just want to, that the founder of the Hasidic movement was one of the Talmudists that actively opposed Frankenstein. So, from the very beginning, they were opposed to things like Frankenstein. Nesh was Baal Shem Tov, the founder of the Hasidim, was opposed to it. So, again, he was pro-Talmud canon, small Talmud, etc. So, I just want to, again, we all have our biases. I want to make my bias much more pro the Litvak world, and I also make sure that I'm not ever misrepresenting the richness, the genius, and the deep spiritual power of the Hasidic movement. And make it very clear that while I'm saying that there is a link at some level with the Hasidic world and the Shabbat world, I think that link is homologous, not one of common ancestry, and not one in which the Hasidic world crypto Shabbat use. They do not have that very, I want to make that very clear because I don't want to appear as if I'm slandering Hasidic people that don't ever exist. I've learned in Hasidic yeshiva, trust me, I have a deep respect for these things. Hasidism would go on to become one form of Orthodox Judaism. In fact, if you probably encountered Orthodox Judaism, you probably encountered it through Hasidism. I bet everyone here Jewish has encountered Chabad at some level. And if you haven't encountered Hasidism, now they're the most outwardly looking of the Hasidic world. And if you've ever learned Kabbalah, it's very likely you've learned it in a Hasidic environment. You've probably learned Hasidic interpretations of Kabbalah. That form of Kabbalah is very popular, filtered down all the way to Jewish practices. So Hasidism has proved decisive in Jewish history. Now, other high-level Kabbalah, more academic, more intellectualist Kabbalah, we continue to go on in the Litvak world all the way till now. My understanding is still going on. I don't know much about it, but it's still going on. Further, Lurianic Kabbalah, it would stick. Especially Lurianic Kabbalah as taken up by Simon Talk. Why? Why is there no further significant development in Kabbalah following Lurian? The answer is Shabbatai. I think everyone after Shabbatai is so gun-shy of major innovation in Kabbalah that they de facto settled on it. They more or less said, this is it. We're not going to change this. We're not going to fuck around with it. We will continue to systematize it, continue to adopt it, adapt it, we'll modernize it, we'll systematize it, we'll put a barrel, we'll turn it round and round. But Lurian Kabbalah, I think that there was no major Kabbalistic innovation, systematic innovation after Luria, because I think that there was such a shell shock after the Shabbat. So Lurian Kabbalah won. And all Kabbalah basically that exists now is some species of Lurian Kabbalah. He won. We are all living in the shadow of Luria. And again, I think that the reason why there's never been another 800 Kabbalah after Luria, basically, it's a shell shock version. But, as you might imagine, there's a dark cloud on the horizon. Right? And depending on how you view it, it might be a dark cloud, or it might be the clouds finally parting. It could be a dark cloud because what you might see coming is rationalism. What you might see coming is logic. What you might see coming is modernity, what strips the world of all spirituality and subjects it to the law of mechanism and logic, mathematics and science. It robs the world of spirituality. That might be the dark cloud that you see coming. If you see something else, you might look at the same thing and see something completely different. You might see clouds of darkness finally parting after 1,000 years of darkness. The mysticism of random speculation about a world that no one has access to, a world of backwardness and superstition, a world where people believe in all kinds of nonsense that they can't prove. And you might see the clouds parting and the sun shining through in the form of logic and math and science and modernity. And if you're on team B, then the Haskalah, the enlightenment, is your buddy. Because what's about to happen is that the enlightenment is tearing through the non-Jewish world. And it's making enormous strides. The Industrial Revolution is beginning. Huge gains are being made in human rights. Right? This is the time there, the French Revolution, American Revolution. There's a huge impulse at this point in the non-Jewish world towards science, towards math, towards logic. In the Jewish world in Central Europe, there are some Jews who are beginning to look out and see the non-Jews may be onto something. And they begin to engage in the Jewish version of that enlightenment process. The enlightenment of Newton, the enlightenment of Kant. Again, the same year that Shabtai Tzvi apostatized is the same year that Newton, in calculus, discovered the fundamental nature of life and wrote his main book on physics. That shows you how the world is so different. Shabtai is apostatizing in Turkey, and Newton is fundamentally unlocking the secrets of physics, logic, and math. And by the time we get to the 1700s, the Jewish Enlightenment is beginning to take effect. The Haskalah will begin to take effect. And what we're going to see is that in the aftermath of the Haskalah, which we'll talk about next time, the arrival of Enlightenment values in Judaism, that we're going to see a huge shift in Kabbalah. The 19th and 20th centuries will represent both a incredible loss in the Kabbalistic world. I mean, the loss of life, the Holocaust, of course, but also the rebirth of Kabbalah. The fact that we're having this conversation right now means something's changed. We are modern Jews for whom most of us were declared heretics by the very people who've been studying for the past few weeks. All of us would be condemned, probably. Many of us would never be allowed to study Kabbalah if you're not Jewish according to their rules. If you're not Jewish at all. We are, at some level, the inheritors of what's about to change. And what we're going to see is interesting travails of Kabbalah into the 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries, where we'll undergo some of the most horrifying defeats, and will arise from those ashes. And some of the most important Kabbalistic texts are now basically in the last 5 years, so much for this are now available to us. So next time, folks, we're going to turn our attention to the 19th, 20th, and 21st centuries, talk about the sort of vicissitudes of Kabbalah in the aftermath of the last major Kabbalistic innovation, which is Hasidism. We'll talk about sort of the post-Hasidic world. What does the world in the aftermath of the Hasidic world and the Holocaust, with the rise of the internet, with the rise of liberal Judaism, what does it mean to Kabbalah? How does Kabbalah adapt, reconfigure itself, and survive all of those environments? And as you know, listening to the sound of my voice, talking about Kabbalah, you know that the story is a happy one. Kabbalah survives and thrives. And I'll talk about that process. Welcome back. Thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work in providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics of the Kabbalah, alchemy, and the poetry, magic, and philosophy, consider supporting my work. do that. I can't wait till it just becomes so much easier to travel. Whenever I want to go somewhere, I just install an automated fossil somewhere. Or like to build a house. If they make it so that they can 3D print the house that I want, that's really going to be the game changer. Especially like if nature design a house, you know? Seems like you can build it nature. Like 3D printed in two parts, they just mold together. So you can detach it or attach it. Yeah, I really think that that's where the world's headed. We're going there faster than we want to believe. If you would have asked me if cell phones had a last I would have said that by now we would have something different. See my watch? Yeah, like that. Like I press the button. How much sugar is it? It goes up and like, or I can press the button here. Now I'm online. Yep. Like the fact that I still think they have like a really extreme lens. Even that I'm about to try. But I don't think it really has very many features. What it costs. Those things are some last company. Okay, well, they make sunglasses optics, and they made a SMS display like where if you wear a headset, like you can see everything, but it tells you like altitude or whatever, how much your heart wants to pulse while you're snowboarding. And yeah, and then they never developed the technology. But the company got that. And then the only thing in America that's got like a headset display. Like altimeters, readers. I wish we just had that information all the time. How fast we travel. What I'm looking at is something like, that's just like, that's just like you see. Because all the apps, you know that's there. So, what's that? Like, telemetry. Exactly. On your phone, so you click something on your phone. But yeah, there's things like that, those web apps too. And games. See, I'm waiting for the AR games, like designated areas. And one where the QR codes here, and you get like, and the QR code interacts with everyone's glasses. And that, I love the Harry Potter brand, right? Which is exactly similar, but it's Harry Potter. And you can go to like other wizards, other places, and you work out with spells and all that stuff. And I don't know, like, I found like the other people that really calculated that. And Pokemon Go is really popular. But I was more like, so what are the other ones? Can I see any of your notes that you sent? Check it out, my notes. I gotta run. So, are you on here around? Oh, cool, man. All right, next week I gotta run, but thanks for sending your. especially for the Republican voter. The more seats that are lost, the fewer Republicans you're going to have representing California in Congress. Do you think that we're starting to see this nationwide, though? Because I do. I think, let's get into this a little bit more in the next segment, because there is this whole Republicans are leaving. They're tired of dealing with socialist California, and so they're going to Texas or they're going to Florida. There is a little bit of truth to that. Yeah. But as a result, doesn't that just split the country more straight down political lines? It could change the dynamics of various states. And what I'm saying, though, about Republicans should be concerned about the loss of Californians, it's not because Republicans are leaving California. It's because people are leaving California. And when there are fewer congressional seats available, the Democrats, will have more opportunities to hold all of the seats. I know we allegedly have an independent redistricting commission, but we saw how well that worked out with voters approving Prop 50. So how long for this world is that commission? That's a really good point. Well, we'll talk more about why people are fleeing California. We'll hear from your thoughts as well. Open up the iHeart Radio app, click on that talkback button. We got one more segment to go on Monks and Merrill, and we hand the baton to John Covelt. But first, let's get the latest from Deborah Mark in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Here is the latest. Riverside County Sheriff says his investigation into alleged fraud is on hold. President Trump could soon be asking Arab countries to help foot the bill for the war in Iran. We will have more at the top of the hour. Southland weather from KFI. Cloudy, cooler tomorrow. We could have a slight chance of showers, high 60s and 70s. This report brought to you by Positive Coaching Alliance from your Toyota dealers. Traffic Center. We make it easy. Crash on 105 in Linwood.
That's heading eastbound just before Long Beach Boulevard. You'll see this taking up the middle lane. An overall busy ride back up to a level 110. And if you're on the 5 northbound in Irvine, you'll see traffic building up as you approach Sand Canyon. It's going to be a slow crawl there into Tustin, clearing up as you approach the 55. And some good news, if you're on the 15 in Corona northbound at Wyrick Road, a crash has been cleared out of the fast track lanes. Traffic is slowly recovering as you come away from Temescal Canyon Road. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno. Got a hot take? Read the room. Don't let it die in the group chat. Tap the red talkback like on the iHeartRadio app and join the show. On the show, but I disagree with you guys. It's the fastest way to get your voice on the air. Say it, send it, and hear it on the iHeartRadio app. Okay, forest animals, kids are coming to the forest, and it's up to us to make their visit a good one. Sparrow, have you practiced the most popular bird songs for the year? Come close. Catchy. I like it. River, how's the temperature? It's a refreshing 52 degrees, man. I love it. Turtle, he's not here yet, man. He's like every morning. Okay. Squirrel, the forest has been preparing just for you. To learn more about cool things to do in the forest, visit discovertheforest.org.
themselves. This is a window into my world and the stories that make me people. Welcome to Chloe and Wonder. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
KFI, AM 640, for stimulating talk. It's coming up today after 6 p.m. A massive new glass entrance to the Honda Center breaks ground as part of the $1 billion arena revamp. We'll have all the details on that cool center today after 6. KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. As Marks and Merrill, I'm Mike Malone. Chris Merrill wrapping up this Monday edition of the show. Thanks for spending this afternoon with us. Want to let you know the LA County Sheriff's Department says it will be conducting a procession starting right at about 3 o'clock for the deputy who died while participating in that annual Baker is challenged tragedy. That was terrible. 30 years old. Marcus, he died Saturday while participating in that annual law enforcement relay run. So starting at about 3 o'clock, there will be a procession carrying Vargas' body for the San Dimas Fire Station on South Walnut Avenue to Forest Lawn Memorial Park in Covina. And members of the only 30 years old, too. A tragedy. Terrible. The department has asked community members to gather along that route to pay their respects and heads up if you're driving in that area. These can be disruptive, but to honor a sheriff's deputy who died. We've been talking about people leaving California, Los Angeles County, specifically, there's lots more people than any other county. Of course, we have more people in blues. We are the most populous county.
I should also point out there have been a number of counties in California that actually saw population increase. Fresno, San Jose, Sunnyvale, Santa Clara area, Sacramento, Roseville, Folsom, metro area, went up 17,000 populations. Riverside, San Bernardino, and Ontario, California metro area saw a change as well, a positive change. In fact, it looks like we got Santa Barbara, Ventura, LA County, San Diego County, Ariel County.
Ventura lost people.
I'm just looking at the census area. It's the Oxnard, Thousand Oaks, Ventura, California metro area lost it.
Oh, I got you. And one of the issues, of course, with population is it's got to be more immigration, which is slow with this shutdown of the border and the immigration enforcement that's been going on since President Trump got in office.
Big part of why LA County got hit.
No question. I looked at the President Rise this morning. They have this interactive graphic that is using Census Bureau information about foreign immigration out swamping top 50 metros. And, LA, Orange County saw a decrease of, what is it? Oh, they have 35,000 fewer than they had from 20 to 2024.
Yeah, 30% drop.
30% drop overall. In raw numbers, it does represent about something like 38,486 foreign inflow. So that's how many people came here from abroad. But over a 4-year period, it is a drop of more than 35,000 people.
What about the number of people that are leaving here and going to, say, Nevada or Arizona or Texas or Florida? Is that all politically related? Because if you talk to people who say, I'm leaving because I don't like the socialist care that is, I'm leaving because I don't like the communist gatherings, I'm leaving because, and actually, if you take a look at the numbers, that is happening.
Yeah.
That is not the primary priority.
It's not. I mean, but it is policies that are enacted by people in power that affect the cost of living. There comes a point where you look around and you think, God, I got $800,000 still. I got a budget. I mean,
All right. Good morning. Guess it's evening over there.
Yes, it is. How are you?
Excellent. I hope I'll be even better tomorrow.
That's what I like to hear.
All right, let me start well, let's have a chat first, and we'll go from there.
Certainly.
Okay.
excellent question. Rabbi Rothschild is a lover of humanity, someone who wants a better world for future generations, someone who is motivated by peace, motivated by futurism, motivated by making the world a better place in all aspects of society.
Excellent. We're well in alignment then.
Excellent.
You've seen my Common War on Earth website?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that basically is what I do and who I am. But I've got a lot of other, as you saw, a lot of other websites, each one dedicated to a particular topic, and seems to be working out okay.
Excellent.
Got a lot of followers, not as many as you. My gosh, you're doing well there, aren't you?
I do as well as I can.
Yeah. So I see you're in a. What is it? This room you're in? It's red.
Yes,
Why is that?
I have very bad cataracts, and so keeping a darker uh, room helps me to be able to see, especially because I have so many different devices. Just to give you an idea, I can flip my camera, I think, and just to show you what I've got going on. Just quite a few different devices going on at any given time. So, because of that, um, too much brightness bothers my eyes, and thus I keep the lighting down and a little bit somewhat for my own benefit. If you'd like, I can turn on a light though.
No, that's fine. Have you had your eyes examined? Because I had cataracts, and I had two operations, one on each eye, and basically they scraped out the lens and replaced it with plastic lens, which give me full vision. I mean, I don't need glasses anymore, and I'm 78 years old.
That's phenomenal. Yes, I have looked at it and been to ophthalmologists, and it's just a matter of time. But for the time being, I am just adapting in every way that I can. And one of the ways is I do my best to, when I'm outside, wear sunglasses, and then especially because I'm just under the light so much that I just keep the light dimmed.
Yeah, I've got blue eyes, so I'm very susceptible to harsh light. Like you, I wear sunnies outside all the time, but inside, I'm great.
That's great.
Yeah. You know, if you flew to Australia, you could get your eyes fixed.
Yeah, no, I recognize that in California, at, under current conditions, there is a surgery for the issues that I have, but the issue is under the current technology. The lens that they want to put in will allow me to either see far in one eye and close in the other, and I basically have to like close one eye and keep another eye open, and I don't want to do that. And I've been told that within the next 2 years or so, there should be a new kind of lens that allows you, at least for the issues that I have, to be able to see distance and closeness, basically, as well as I need. So I just have to be a little patient.
They're feeding you bullshit in life.
Okay, well,
Because we've got the technology here now. I've got it in here, and basically what they do with the lens that they put in, it's got concentric circles, and so I can see long and short. Whereas before I had a stigmatism,
yes,
so that's all gone. All my sight problems are fixed, and they've got the technology here right now. You know, you remember the doctor who went over to Africa and saved a lot of people's eyesight?
I'm familiar.
Yeah, Doctor, I forget his name, but he established a clinic right here in my suburb where I live.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, so I've been treated by the best eye surgeon in the world.
That's incredible.
And because I'm a veteran, I get it free.
There you go.
Not bad, eh?
No, can't beat that.
Yeah. Anyway, look, the opportunity's here. I'd love to meet you over here.
God willing, one day. Hopefully sooner rather than later.
Okay, so let's talk about the work you're doing.
Absolutely.
By sitting in your bedroom there like that, or whatever that is, it looks like more like a TV studio.
Yeah.
What are you hoping to achieve?
Well, I want to give more visibility and more publicity to world peace. Um, I don't just sit here. I have streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, California, as far south as San Diego, California, as far east as the desert and mountains, as far west as the Pacific Ocean. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in Los Angeles, at Disneyland. So I've done a lot of IRL streaming over the course of the last 4 years. Uh, but really, when I do the live streaming, it's difficult for connectivity issues, overheating of phones, lighting issues, just many different challenges that you undergo. So I find it easier to be able to stream from many different angles to be able to record my life. Now, many people may say, okay, well, how do you promote world peace? And really, what I do, especially on Twitter and Twitter Spaces and on YouTube, I talk about peace. I talk about a future where perhaps we won't have war. I talk about the things in life that unify us as a civilization, as opposed to that which perhaps divides us. I like to talk about things like futurism and life extension and perhaps off world travel and mega projects, things that can focus the human ingenuity as opposed to things that divide us, that will always have issues that divide us. I feel it's best to look past them and recognize that 99.9% of our DNA is shared amongst all people. And that's really important to recognize that there isn't that much that divides us, and there's so much beauty in the world to be able to cherish. And additionally, in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And if you really take that into account, that means a lot to the future of the world. Essentially, I've made the internet my canvas, and thus I have 24-hour, 365 for 4 years on multiple streams that is going to be really important for the future of humanity to be able to study aging, to study eating habits, to study drinking habits, to study human psychology and behavior, sleeping patterns, circadian rhythms. These are data points that humans haven't really had to haven't had the opportunity to be able to study in such a vast amount. With such a vast amount of video data. And on top of that, especially with AI, and the advent of AI, I've been able to archive the world during the pandemic before AI was launched, at least large language models in the general populace. I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022. I was a user of it when it launched on November 30th, 2022, and have been able to see the different iterations and its competition of Claude and Gemini and Grok and all the others. And I'm really essentially being able to archive the story of large language models and how they've impacted our society, which I feel is really exciting. Additionally, world events, things like the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We've seen peace treaties, we've seen wars, we've seen famine and genocide and starvation. I want to make sure that I archive those events for humans. So you can literally go back to any moment of any day for the last 4 years, going back to the pandemic, and know not just what was going on in my life, but what was going on in world events, which I find to be extremely interesting and exciting. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show, Mike?
Oh, yes.
Excellent. So it's in a similar way, every aspect of my life is on camera, and very similar to the television show Big Brother, I do my best to voluntarily give away my privacy, which I don't mind at all. I enjoy very much having my life studied and archived. I see it as someone in the past who would write a journal as a journalist or a diary as a diarist. I just do the same with video. And I feel that not only have I had the opportunity to gain thousands of acquaintances online, certainly I've had people come visit me at my home in California, but I've really had the opportunity to make a major impact on different communities, and I want to continue to do so. And it's just going to be one catalyst of somebody who says, wait a second, you mean you have more data than any person ever and no one knows about you? And basically, yeah. And they're going to tell a friend who tells a friend who tells a friend, and this will go viral. And when it does, I'm going to use that data that I have archived to make everyone who's helped me along the way extremely wealthy. I want them to be able to pay off their mortgages, to pay off their education, to ensure that their children and grandchildren never have to work. And I want them to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of their own for the benefit of the world.
So basically, you're there to inspire people. You remind me a lot of John and Yoko, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly right. 100%. So they did the bed-ins, if you're familiar with Amsterdam and in Montreal in the 1970s for peace. And that's what I'm doing as well. They are an amazing inspiration to me as well. So if people want to see it as a bed-in, then that is. But I do go outside. I do IRL streaming occasionally, but for the most part, I am in my bed or at least always in front of as many cameras as possible.
You know, I was there when John and Yoko were doing that.
Were you?
Oh, yeah. I was born in 1947, so I grew up with the Beatles.
Absolutely.
In fact, I went to high school in Penang, you know, Penang Island.
I've heard of it.
Malaysia.
Yeah.
In Malaysia. I went to high school there because my father was in the Air Force and he was posted up there. And when I was coming back on the ship, I got my first little transistor in the radio in Singapore. And as we sailed into the Melbourne port, here she goes. She loves you, yeah, yeah, yeah. And I thought, wow, what's that? So that woke me up to the Beatles right away.
Absolutely.
And, yeah, but I'm a musician as well.
Yes.
I started out on the violin. I studied at the Brisbane Conservatorium of Music for 5 years. I was in the top 10 violinists in the state. And by the time I reached 12, I was very young when I started. By the time I reached 12, I realized I wasn't interested in classical music. I wanted to play rock and roll.
Absolutely.
That's what I do. So I've run into people like Jean-Luc Ponty, Papa John Creech, and people like that, right? And they taught me basically. So in fact, at one stage there when I was living in New Zealand, I locked myself in my room for 6 months and just played Papa John Creech's music over and over again until I could play it.
Very interesting.
I was pretty committed to it. Have you heard of the music group Split Ends?
I have heard of them. I don't know a song off the top of my head though.
Yeah, New Zealand band. And when I was living over there, a friend of mine told me, there's a new band forming. Why don't you go over to this house? So I walked in with my violin, and one of the boys was sitting at the piano just tinkling along, and I pulled out my violin without even knowing I was there, and I just started jamming with him. And in the end, I ended up joining the band. But I didn't really like their music, so I left after about a month. They went on to become world famous. But have you seen any of my songs?
I have not.
Okay, let me show you some.
Please do.
Actually, I'll share the screen so you can see where it is.
Excellent.
Okay, so this is my website you just came onto. And if you come over here to media, these are all my albums. These are the latest ones. And I've done one on our Prime Minister, Albanese, and another one on Starmer. Because AI wouldn't let me use the word wanker, so I had to use banker. So Starmer is a wanker. And here it is. Hang on a second. Anyway, you can go and listen to these later on if you want to. But I play violin, I play guitar, keyboard. I'm a terrible drummer, but yeah, this is it.
Is there sound?
Oh, you can't hear it?
No.
Anyway, look, you can hear it later on.
That's okay.
Yeah, so in practical terms, how are you not promoting, but what ideas do you have to bring about world peace?
Certainly.
And is it realistic? I mean, this is a good question.
It's an excellent question. It's an excellent question that I get asked quite often. So, in my opinion, it's one of only a few different scenarios that can occur on Earth. So, if you see the Earth as basically a primitive space colony that eventually we want to get off world, we will need to unite. We essentially have the ability to study previous colonies on Earth and recognize that they don't have a lot of success in exploration and colonizing other areas when they have internal strife. So essentially, what I'm thinking is that, and this isn't just my thought, but this is certainly what political scientists have hypothesized, is that eventually the Earth will, if we don't destroy it ourselves, will unify under some type of government or some type of organization and system in order to be able to explore the inner solar system, the outer solar system, and eventually get into interstellar travel. The closest star system is Alpha Centauri, which is about 3.9 light years away. And once you start getting into that type of exploration, you can't have wars at home. So it's an inevitability that we will have peace. And you know, when I was a kid, and you remember this, I know you do, people used to talk about peace. People used to talk about atoms for peace. We had the bed ins. Peace, absolutely. I mean, whenever you'd see John Lennon, Paul McCartney, uh, certainly George Harrison and Ringo Starr, or any of the major musicians of the 1960s. It was about peace. And we don't have that anymore. We don't have leaders in society who speak of peace. To be a leader for peace makes you an enemy of the state many times. And I recognize that I'm just one individual, but I'm sick of people starving. And so I want to give solutions to that. And I want people to know that these are realistic solutions. Every single day I talk in generally in Twitter spaces and I talk to people about ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. And they say, well, that sounds so futuristic, but those are things that actually are happening somewhere in the world right now. And we're seeing the development of those things. There are people who say, okay, well, what else do you do? And I say, I want to help end world thirst. And actually, I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth tens of millions of dollars. You'll see it all over my room with all of their merch. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. So I'm actually involved with helping to build these types of systems in developing nations, which I feel is very important. Additionally, I'm an advocate for things like the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination.
Let's stop there for a second.
Sure.
Because I want to go back to what you were just talking about. How are you going to achieve this? I mean, all right, let's look at what I'm doing here for a start.
Absolutely.
I'm part of a team of 12, I guess you'd call us trustees. We've been appointed by one of the judges on the International Criminal Court, and we've been given authority by the administrators of the trusts that were set up about 60 years ago, and billions of dollars were distributed to banks around the world for developing their nations, and the banks kept the money. Now, at 4% interest over 60 years, that money has ballooned out to trillions of dollars just here in Australia, which we are now owed by the banks. So just before Christmas, we started serving the banks with a notice, a statement of claim. And basically what we did, we put together a folder with all of the money that they were given, the trust names, the administrators, and everything to do with this money. And we told them, we expect you to return the money to the people. And under the International Criminal Court, we've got a trust account set up, and that money will go into there, then be dispersed around Australia. Now, they didn't give us back the money. In fact, the BIS, you know what the BIS is, right?
Bank of International Settlements.
Right. As soon as we served the banks with the statement of claim, they had an emergency meeting. Oh shit, what are we going to do? So we really got them on the back foot. Now that at this stage, we're now preparing the documentation, a notice to return the money, which is a formal legal notice backed by the International Criminal Court. And if they don't return the money, then we take them to the court in The Hague. And we'll be going for the banks and government. And what we'll be doing in the court is asking the court to declare the Australian government a rogue business, fake government, and terrorists, basically, because they're terrorizing the people. So we're now implementing that. Now, coupled with that, if you saw my futureplan.earth website, on there, the first two steps in the 5-step plan is to bring in citizens-initiated referendums, which will be then coupled with an online, a digital voting app based on the blockchain. It can't be hacked. And so every time somebody registers onto that app, they then become eligible to be paid as long as they and paid a substantial sum, enough to live on per month. But they must vote at least once a month on any issue that we put up as a question. Now, this will start training people to vote for local and national issues themselves to make a decision, like a community decision. So if we ask somebody, should we improve this road in your community, then they go onto the voting app and say yes or no, and then we tally up the votes. If it's a yes, then we tell the local regional government to implement that decision. So we're really bringing the decisions for our own governance back to the people, which is what John and Yoko were talking about too, although they had no plan and no definitive way to do it. We've come up with the plan and the methodology, and we're actually very, very close, like about that close to finishing off the voting app. It's nearly ready for release, and I'll be one of the beta testers, and so as soon as that's ready, we'll release it. Now, with our current government system, which of course is a private corporation, they force us to register to vote. They force us to vote, and we only get a choice of their candidates, right? We don't get that choice.
Right.
Now, in our Constitution, the Constitution says that, in fact, in Section 7 and 24, it says that only we, the people, have the right to select our representatives. But the political parties have taken that out of our hands and said, we'll select the representatives, you have to vote for them. So it's not an equitable system. So when people start realizing that they have a choice of either staying with that system or coming over to a system where they are directly involved in issues and getting paid for it, where do you think people are going?
To your system.
That's right. So we're bringing in the revolution, but peacefully.
Excellent.
Yeah. How does that fit in with what you're doing?
Well, as I understand what you're doing, I've heard it called an e-democracy. I've also heard smart apps that essentially allow for this type of decision making, and I'm an advocate for it. People don't know that these are options, and I want to make sure that they're aware of it as well. I talk about e-democracy quite often in my streams and in my writings. So when I saw that that was a plan of yours, I was very much in line with that. I recognize that I'm only one individual, and perhaps the greatest weapon that I have is knowledge, making people aware that there are leaders out there who want peace, who want to talk about the future, who want to end starvation and end perhaps people who lack water and proper housing. And I want people, it's really an education for individuals. And just like John and Yoko's bed in, uh, even though that happened now, what, 50 some years ago, it is still echoing in history. And I feel that I can do it in even an even bigger way because of the amount of data that I've archived, that people can literally use my streams as a timeline of history for the past 4 years, and with my motivation that I want to do this for the rest of my life. I want people to be able to study a human in a way that no one's ever done before. And especially with AI, humans are going to be able to learn a lot about an individual such as myself from a biological standpoint, from an emotional standpoint, from just even my sleep cycles. There is a lot to glean from this stream, and in many ways, I feel it's one of the most important projects in the history of the world.
All right. Look, I think I've got a pretty good idea of who you are and where you're coming from. plan out an interview with you, and we'll go from there. How does that? And I'll record that one. I haven't recorded this one.
Okay.
I just wanted to get you a bit.
Excellent.
How does that sound?
That sounds good. When do you want to do that?
What's today? Monday. Let's do it next Monday.
Okay.
That's good.
And sounds great. And then you want to just plan to do these weekly?
Yeah, we can do something like that. Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
Let me just. I'll put it in my phone right now so I will remember.
Very well.
Okay. So the 31st of March will be the 6th April. 6th of April.
Excellent.
All right, no problem. There you go. Same time?
Same time. It works for me. If anything changes, I'll make you aware, okay?
Yeah. What's the time over there now?
It is 3:16 p.m.
Oh, okay. So it's early afternoon. Well, mid-afternoon.
Correct.
Oh, jolly good. This is a good time for me too.
Excellent.
I do a radio show every week as well with an FM radio station in Melbourne, which goes around the world. And she's got millions of listeners. And that one this week I've been told 6 a.m.
Oh, wow.
I'm going to need a couple of cups of coffee.
Most certainly.
All right, mate. Very nice to meet you. And I look forward to seeing you again next Monday.
Same here. Take care, Mike. Peace.
Cheers. Bye now.
Hi.
Of the Ghost Therapy podcast, where it's not just about connecting with deceased loved ones, it's about learning through them and
You okay?
perspective.
Yeah.
Listen to the Ghost Therapy podcast on the iHeartRadio app. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Have you ever wondered if your pet is lying to you? Why is my cat not here? I go in and she's eating my lunch. Hypnotism is a deal. We'll use this suggestion in order to enhance your cognitive control. What's inside? Black hole. Black holes can be a consequence of the way that we understand the universe. We have answers for you.
You gonna be okay?
Original podcast in science stuff. Join me or HM as we tackle questions we've always wanted to know the answer to. Space, brains, and our bodies. Science stuff. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. Monday's over on the first day of NFL free agency with big names putting on new unis. After 12 seasons in Tampa, Bucks wideout Mike Evans is on the move. He's going to San Fran. KC's reportedly signed Ravens Super Bowl MVP running back Kenneth Walker III. Meantime, Travis Kelce, he'll be back in Kansas City for a 14th season after he considered retirement. Tua's out in Miami. He was released today despite a record cap hit and quickly replaced with Packers free agent quarterback.
Hey guys, this is Red Band, and this is Kill Tony. Here's Tony Hinchman right there.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. Here we are, another beautiful day, another fun episode of Kill Tony coming at you. This is the real deal. We are streaming live. Brian Redband is here. We are in studio at the great Betterbox Studios, and we are streaming live on YouTube.com/Kill Tony. So that's a real thing. So go there and watch it live sometimes. We're at Betterbox Studios. We just ate a bunch of delicious Tito's pizza. I look forward to it every week. Me too. It's unbelievable. What was that one you made today with the chicken and the peppers? Chicken Serrano pizza. It had what felt like some of that Tabasco jalapeno type of Serranos. Oh, so good. My goodness. Unbelievable. Go buy yourself a candle at damngoodco.com. Get a candle. There's a bunch of good ones. Take a picture of the candle. Tag Kill Tony on Instagram on the stories, and we'll repost it. So that's exciting stuff. The candles are going like crazy. They actually almost ran out of their inventory this week. Send in the pictures. That's the motto around here. Send in the pictures. The great Ryan J. Ebelt will be drawing. He is drawing. He's probably already started, at least my guess is some type of scribble is down on paper right now because he draws every episode. All the prints, posters of every episode of every show, including the road shows, are all available for sale at RyanJEbelt.com. He's having a massive sale right now. Everything's on sale. I have a bunch of Ryan J. Ebelt artwork all around my place. Brought a few of them here. A couple of my favorites. Look at that. Classic. I got that right next to my red neon clock. I go to the frame store. I ask the frame people for a nice frame, and they frame them nice. Spend an extra few bucks, and it looks great forever.
It's like an adult thing that you never did, until you grow up. Like you never think about framing something when you're a kid.
Now it's the best part.
Yeah.
Now the whole thing isn't complete until you go to the frame store. You take one of the little corner pieces, you match it up, you look at everything like a goddamn adult. Get your life framed, people. Get it together. Oh boy, a bunch of Kill Tonys on the road we were supposed to be doing. We were supposed to be in Boston this past weekend, Miami the weekend before that. Those all got rescheduled. It looks like right now, July 31st and August 1st at the Miami Improv combo shows where Tony Hinchcliffe is headlining. Wow, that sounds exciting. I wonder what we'll be talking about that weekend. And Kill Tony shows after all of those. The fun thing is that October, booming, man. Very exciting stuff. The Road to Kill Tony Mania in Sacramento is back October 14th, 15th is Mania. 16th, 17th, and 18th of October is now. Also, Bakersfield is in there, right on the way. We might be doing a show in Bakersfield and then continuing on to Sacramento, just straight through. A nice little short, maybe 3.5 hour, 4 hour drive to Sacramento instead of that long one. Tacoma, Washington, October 30th and 31st. November 19th. Washington, D.C., and the 20th, and the 21st. Incredible. Blah, 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 blah. September 16th to the 19th, Moon Tower has been rescheduled for. That is beautiful Austin, Texas, and other fun stuff. I believe November is also maybe Skankfest South. I don't know what's going on. This is all, we'll all see. What'd you do this week? Anything fun?
Same. I got tested for Corona today. I got negative test results.
Wow.
That was fun. Now I kind of feel bad because I kind of wish I had it already, and it was fine.
Nothing's flattening your curves, my friend.
I saw that you've been mastering your flight simulator program.
Yep. Flying like a mother, just landing, challenging myself. I fly like a pilot now. I score with pilots. That's great. I'm scoring better than pilots sometimes.
Have you seen the, I guess, is it Microsoft Flight Simulator? I don't know if it's out yet. The new one that's about to come out using Google Maps technology.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them that are very, very, very realistic. I'm excited to see how that one comes out with the Google Maps thing. 'Cause Google Maps doesn't even fucking work for me in real life, so I doubt it's going to work for me in Flight Simulator. I hate Google Maps. I hate Google Maps, and I hate what's the one Waze. I don't believe Waze. I think Waze is like a conspiracy.
You're funny because you're one of the few people I know that actually hate Google Maps and Waze,
I
but
know.
you love Apple Maps.
I know. I love it. I swear by Apple Maps because I know Apple Maps is wrong sometimes, but I can read when they're wrong. If Waze is wrong, you're fucked. You're on a one-way fucking off course. You can't get back on. Waze is there's a bunch of drama people on there that are like, I just saw a police officer and there's an accident, and they don't know where the shit is. They drop the pins in the wrong places. In LA, I'm not into Waze. A bunch of morons out here with too much power. Waze gives the people power to decide where they think something's happening. I can't get into it. And then you got all the people on Waze listening to the people on Waze, and those people are all going the same direction. All right. Look, let's be serious here. This is a serious time, and here's a message from our sponsor, Zip Recruiter. It's a big deal right now. Right now, we cannot be overwhelmed. We have to work. We have to keep our loved ones safe and protect our communities. We have to work to stay strong, to stay connected, to stay focused. We have to work to inspire, to innovate, to build new solutions. But for all this to work, we have to work together. At ZipRecruiter, we connect employers and people every day.
But today is different. We are partnering with first responders, government officials, the medical community, the innovators, right now. Let's work together.
Let's work together indeed. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/work together. That's ZipRecruiter.com/WORKTOGETHER. That's ZipRecruiter.com/work together. Okie dokie, here we are. We're in tonight's episode. It has already begun. As with all of these quarantine episodes, no guests in studio. We are all practicing social distancing, just like you should all be doing the same at home. Very exciting to announce that the band is here, though, all separated from us from what is considered by federal and state law to be a safe distance away from one another. We are essential workers, and these guys are an essential part of the team. Every episode they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. They've been preparing around the corner here for 15 minutes, saying, do not come out, whatever you do. We are getting ready. We don't know what they're going to be. Last week, a couple weeks ago, they were the cast of Tiger King. Last week, they were a bunch of European tourists. So let's all find out what they are this week. Maybe it's the return of famous characters we've seen before. Maybe they're brand new like they have been the last couple weeks. Let's find out what they are. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the best damn band in the land, the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Jesse Johnson, and Joel Jimenez. Whoa! I know these guys. It's the gangsters. It's me, Tony. How are you? Oh, you're new. I know these guys, but you're brand new. Look at this. Hello.
How you doing, Tony?
Hey, what's happening? Remind me your name.
Vinny Messino. This is my lovely cousin to my right over here. Say hello.
Hello, it's an honor to be here. Thank you for having me on the show.
Wow, I love Italian mothers so much. I was just talking to mine yesterday.
I'm kidding, he's a great cousin.
What's your name one more time?
Lucia.
Lucia Menzino.
Yeah, you can call me Mom.
Okay, I'll call you Mom. That's beautiful. Lucia, welcome to the show. Vinny, good to see you again. Welcome back. Were we on the road last time I saw you?
Yeah, I was, over in Vancouver a little bit. Came back to the States. Saw Tiffany Haddish.
Wow.
Yeah, it was the last time I was with you guys.
That's incredible. I mean, you're one of the few characters on the show whose hairline gets more and more forward every time I see you.
Sit down your way.
Hey, I love that. Back here, clearly, we have one of the characters from Scarface.
The name's Rocco Fantini, Tony.
Rocco Fantini.
Yeah, let me just say, the show starts on time when that Tiffany woman's not here, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. I absolutely know what you're saying.
8 o'clock on the dot. That's all I'm gonna say.
On the dot. Now, Rocco, remind me of something about you. Are you just a normal Italian guy?
I don't say nothing.
All right.
Asking me good questions.
All right. You guys look fantastic. I absolutely
I just
love
got my mom out of Italy so she can get here in the States.
I don't think that's exactly how you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, I took her out of Italy. She's here with us now, nice and healthy and strong.
You guys had any symptoms or anything like that?
No, nothing more than the normal today. I try to give him a hug. I try to give him a kiss. He says, no, the corona, I can't. Well, I can't. Yeah, it's a likely story. Won't even get him his own mother out. I'm sleeping.
Is that true, Vinny?
Now, open mouth kiss her right now.
Yeah.
Did you get your mother out of Italy before you were born? Because she sounds like she grew up in Brooklyn, man.
Rocco Fantini.
I'm losing my mind, baby.
You keep my mother out of your mouth.
We go to Anthony in the booth. So is it Strange Time _? Strange Taste _engage _Tiarina. TIJERINA. Tiarina. We have amazing Gino is across the studio from us. We have the great Charlie from Vito's Pizza.
Those two good boys, Gino and Charles.
That's right.
That is good, authentic pizza. Where's my camera?
That's right. We fucking love Vito's Pizza. It is absolutely incredible. If you're anywhere near the LA area, order Vito's. Google it. Vito's Pizza. Exciting stuff. Shall we begin, ladies and gentlemen? What do you guys think? Here we are in episode number 5 of Quarantine Kill Tony. Here we go. I have no idea the people that are coming up. I actually do recognize a couple of the names, but I did not select them. Our good friends Gage and Anthony go through these submissions each week, and they have created a list. They have a bunch of sets that have been pre-recorded that we're going to listen to of what people have written. It's not really, we're not
Email us. A lot of people have been asking me.
It's killtonyquarantine@gmail.com. That's right. So now you have it for next week. So then we interview them afterwards. Sort of like a normal episode of Kill Tony, but I would say that, timing and pacing during the performance part doesn't really matter. It's almost impossible to measure what that would be like in front of a live audience. So it's more like sort of like a writing and speaking showcase, I would say. Well, let's get it started. Your first comedian, a one-word name. This is going to be the comedy stylings of Sam. Here he is, Sam, everyone.
Nursing home, they're coronavirus. Not ideal. The building is dementia certified. Dementia's sad, but it has some positives. I recently learned some new magic tricks. I do the trick and they're like, where'd the ball go? Where did you come from? Another guy goes, hey, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, I'm gonna find out if you're naughty or nice. So if I do 2 tricks, this guy's gonna turn into Santa. Getting old isn't fun. My Instagram used to have girls in bikinis, and they're all married with kids, and it looks like I just follow babies. I didn't always want to run a nursing home. When I was 10, I wanted to be a truck driver, get paid, to see the country. And I did. Still wanted to be a truck driver. But Pete, it's the best.
There you go. You did it. Sam. Nailed it. He is Amari indeed. Sam, how are you, my man? Awesome. I love it. Heck yeah. Where are you talking to us from?
Outside of Boston.
Lovely. And what do you do again? You're a nurse or an executive what?
I'm an executive director at a nursing home, so I run.
Wow.
You can take care of my mother for me over here.
Hey, come on, don't do that. He brought his mother, Lucci, all the way from Italy here, but don't worry about it. You got her in good company here. So you are just outside of Boston. What are we talking about? Swansea?
Somewhere in between Boston and
Very good. And so what's it like?
It's like you have like a little smart house.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah,
Are your parents at it?
I did Martin Luther King.
Good to see you. I was wondering when the Mario brothers were up to during the quarantine.
For veterans, you're making a lot of money locking up all those old people, huh?
So let's get right into it. You're at the nursing home. How many people are sick there? What's it like right now?
My building right now is as none. We got a vendor. It's been a crazy month and a half. We're trucking along, and every day is something new.
Well, there you go. Have you ever done stand-up comedy before?
Did we an open mic license here?
Baby joke is great, man. That's a baby joke. I'm gonna laugh out loud.
Yeah, it made us all laugh out
You
loud.
got full studio laughing.
Right? When did you try it?
Right before my 30th birthday in October.
So, yeah, all of this happened. But you didn't go back immediately? Did it go okay for you?
Yeah, it was alright. It was a small crowd, but
How long of a set did you do? Like 5 minutes?
a little under that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Where'd you do it at?
In Cambridge and East.
The dangerous place. A lot of people vomit. Come on. been doing that for?
A few years.
Yeah, and you watch people go, right? And you form a bond with somebody, they slowly wither away, basically, right?
I watch people go, but in a different way. Oh, man.
You killed them.
Yeah, it was a tough job before this happened.
So wild that nobody's had it. It almost seems like at this point you're in the clear because you're not letting visitors into the nursing home or anything like that, right? Nobody can really come in and contaminate the place.
Yeah, that's
I can get the gas station.
I don't know, I trust this guy. This guy wore goggles and a mask for his 60 seconds. I trust
This guy looks like a second-hand Allen Poe.
Yeah.
There's a nursing home in Burbank that somehow one person got in when they gave it to like 12 people.
What happened? Things would happen to those old people fucking with banshees. You ever catch old people fucking in the nursing home?
yeah.
Don't you tell you rat!
Hey,
Freaky rat!
what did you see? What was going on in there?
What do you smell? Gold bonds.
You get a couple people forming bonds. You get also.
They're forming bonds? You mean gold bonds?
This guy whispers his best jokes to me.
I already made a gold bond joke like 2 minutes ago.
They're the most backwards fucking filters. You said stuff out loud, it's alright. And meanwhile, he whispers the funniest things at the perfect time.
He also whispered to me, what do you call James Bond in a nursing home? Bond. Gold bond. Hey, you gold bond. Come on. You whispered after me. Well, Joey, don't choose a sister.
Oh my god. What ethnicity are you, Sam?
Lebanese.
Oh, very good. The Lebanese are very close. No, very close.
Italian like, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of respect between the two.
I know, you know.
It's like Sarah that you met with my father. My father's Lebanese. Lebanese is a gift. That's a Lebanese.
Which means you like girls.
No, that's lesbian.
Oh, that's my nice. From Lebanon. Hey, Lebanon.
Alright. Is that your bedroom?
No, you green the dorm room.
You have 3 bedrooms yourself?
I live with my wife.
Oh, wow. See, out there on the outskirts of Boston, you can have a fucking 3-bedroom house with a normal job.
We're outside of the
Sort of.
That's great. It's I made a lot of music with kids on it, so.
Oh, you have a kid coming. That's
Charlie Bob or what? Boy or girl?
Done out.
wow.
If it's a son, maybe it's COVID. I don't know. That's a weird time to have a kid. Like, are you still able to go to like the nurses and doctors and get tests and shit they usually have to get?
I can go, but my wife
Well, obviously, hey, when it's like,
You know, if you, when you have the house, when's the child coming?
September.
September.
yeah, somebody wants to see a kid come through.
I believe that, no, I just want to say that I do believe that we have a good, few options here if you're looking for a godfather for your child. Maybe Vinny or Rocco. What makes you guys think, you guys had to give a pitch on why you should be the godfather? What was your pitch?
Listen, I'm all connected. Your son with me will turn out to be a little, you know what I mean? He'll be a real guy, really give it to the ladies. You know, look, I'll make sure he doesn't hang out in the black neighborhood. That's what I'm saying.
There you go. I don't know, I'm giving this one to Rocco. What do you think, Sam?
You can keep your mouth shut. I love it.
Anything else crazy we should know So let's watch a minute from Sarah Hefner. There we go. Here's Sarah. Wow. God, even the cat tried to stop you from doing that. And right now. That was incredible. Yeah, hello, Sarah. How are you? Oh, now I can hear you. Hi, Sarah. How's it going? Good. You have such an adorable country twang. Where are you? Oh, Charlotte, North Carolina. Right down the speedway, am I right? Yep, no doubt about it. I can tell this from the dial. That's awesome. What do you do for work out in Charlotte? Oh, business is booming out there. And a couple of rats I need you to take care of for me, all right? This man's got an entire angry cat for you. Your cat was very, very funny. We would like to give your cat the first ever golden ticket winner in quarantine. I wanted to do the ice house. Just got to look out the ice house. Boom. Fucking jinxed on it. So you have at least one cat. What's the dog back there? What's that scrappy little fellow? Wow. You live by yourself? Oh, nice. No boyfriend or husband or anything like that? Oh, how long were you married for? 3 years. How long you been divorced for? So interesting. What made it end? What happened there?
I just say if you want, you turn some matching drapes. I can punch you in the pussy real quick.
Oh my God, Vinny.
Where'd you learn how to talk like that?
I'm sorry, Mom. I forgot you were in my presence.
In front of your own mother. Unbelievable.
He's a good boy.
So once you got divorced a year ago, what happened? Did you start dating to get out there, or did you just sort of lay low? That guy that you met, what happened there? Did you get him on a dating site or something, or just organically? Was it farmers only? Why was he cuckoo? What was cuckoo about him? worse than anything. Did he? Wait, let me ask you this: Did he let you finish the blowjob?
Well, we had sex.
Oh man,
What? That means he was definitely something else. Right?
I guess. I mean, like, it was too close.
Yeah. For somebody else. Wow. That's a better blowjob.
no, okay. Granted, these people don't judge her blowjob.
I'm sure she's good.
She's got one of those down south blowjobs. Those are, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, she keeps redhead. You know what I'm talking about?
blowjobs.
You'd think it would have liked it. It was an inside job.
Right? Wow. God. This guy's personality is flatter than the earth. The curvature of the earth. You think conspiracy theorist.
He should have said Eddie Bravo.
On a scale from 1 to 1,000, he gives that blowjob a 9/11.
You made one have a fall that day. It's Phoenix. Sorry, I forgot you were here, Liddy. I got jokes too.
Oh my
You're a
God.
beautiful young lady. You could do so much better.
Absolutely. That's why I agree. You got that country style. You got a big ass house all to yourself.
You look like Wendy.
From the Wendy's girl. That makes Brian. You know, that's
I've heard Brian Redman say a lot of things. This might be the fattest thing I've ever heard him say.
it really is. It's incredible. He speaks in food. He weighs things out. He weighs things out on the McDonald's metric system. Yeah. Anyway, so what do you do for fun, Sarah?
I like stand-up comedy shows and I've been to some artists twice. I was supposed to be going to New Orleans this weekend.
I was at one point also supposed to go to New York this weekend. What have you been doing in the quarantine to keep yourself occupied?
Also working. So, but when I get home, I just jump in playing Call of Duty.
Seems like a perfect girl.
Incredible. Good man. And
Blowjobs at night and plays Call of Duty when she gets off work. I mean, what do you know? They're wearing the morning, Brian. But that's when Brian wakes up. What is morning? Good morning. It's 10 p.m.
you can give Brian one of those wake up blowjobs when you get home from work at 5:30. That is incredible.
So you work with like bugs and cats and all that stuff like that. Have you ever found something that's, I mean, that's disgusting to me. Like, is it, you don't care, like dead rats in there or something like that? It's amazing.
And I mostly deal with like the construction ponds, so I don't really see too much. Like, I see a snake here and there.
What's your least favorite pet? So it must be something that makes you swarm a little bit, right?
My least favorite pest is bugs.
Right? You never get over spiders. Yeah, you hate bugs because the FBI bug in your place. There you go. I'm gonna make sure that
I hate spiders. That's why I was a kid. I made a dance. I shot at his feet. That's good.
It's incredible what's going on with your dog back there. Has anyone ever told you your dog looks like an older version of Liam Neeson? You guys want to take turns roasting the dog? No, I know. He's adorable. I said he looked like a human. That's like a compliment, dog.
We can't roast the dog more than the Chinese. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, come on. Anything else crazy about your life, Sarah? Any wacky hobbies that we'd be surprised to know or anything? You had a parent that had one arm or something? Oh, there's a sister out there or a brother?
Sister.
Wow,
Like sisters or brothers in my neighborhood, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, God, Rocco, you're so racist. And you guys are identical twins?
No, the only thing we have in common is our hair.
You guys both have red hair.
Yeah. I don't like my mom.
Adam's apple.
Sarah, you ever do stand-up comedy before?
No, I haven't. I mean, I've just been listening like to this podcast for like just like the past year, and I've kind of been thinking of things here and there, but there's not a lot of stand-up around Charlotte, Gastonia, so.
Charlotte is the comedy zone inside that hotel, right?
Yeah. Well, it's on Facebook.
Haunted outside. I think it was black and it's all like, welcome to the comedy zone.
Everything goes black. That's what I get out of it.
Oh my God, Rocco, you're out of control. All right, do you have any other crazy redhead traits? Is you have like a lower tolerance for pain or anything like that?
Yeah. Their tolerance to pain, and then like the dentist, they always have to use extra numbing cavities or cavities or
Love it. Well, Sarah, thank you so much for participating, and you were so much fun to interview. And I loved the cat and the falling off, and you're taking a chance on an N-word joke, hard to pull off, but you and the cat as a tag team did it together. It was awesome. Thank you so much, Sarah Hefner. Everybody, hi, Sarah. She's on social media at Gingers_Anatomy. That's Gingers_Anatomy. She has to have these. Is that what you call it? A secret? It's like Steve. Sure.
That guy did jobs. I call he brings stuff in there.
It's like it's that area, man. It's like people, I don't know. There's a bunch of tough guys around there, just like, oh man, I've never hit a girl like that to love me. You know what I mean? Like either they don't have the confidence for a girl like that, or they think they're better maybe than a girl like that, which they're probably not. Everybody in that area, it's like all about blondes, like blonde bimbos. You know, not for everybody, obviously, but you know, like the stereotype of like, oh, that's I want the cheerleading captain. She doesn't look like the cheerleading captain. She looks like, you know, hot chick at Hogwarts or something like that. What do you think, Vinny? Am I going on too long for you?
What the hell's wrong with the blonde bimbo?
Hey, I mean, I don't know if that's what you're into.
I'll tell you what's wrong with the blood. You're not gonna bring home a daughter to
Oh, how many times I gotta tell you? They're not whores, they're girlfriends.
We'll talk about it later.
All right, we have a regular on this show. We have three of them, actually. We're going to talk to them tonight, starting right now. We have the great David Lucas on the line. David. Hi, David. How's it going, man?
What up, dog?
What's up? How's it going, dude? What's shaking out there? The lowest angle in the West.
I told you, I heard yesterday,
Oh, wait, why would I go Easter dick hunting? How did you find out about that? Yeah, I took them and I put them all in my booty hole Easter basket.
yeah, these are those shaky keeps.
Yeah, no, yesterday must have been different. Not so different from you than every other day, because you're always looking for eggs that you've left around your house. Because you're overweight. That's true. You colored my dick and then I
say colored?
That's Rocco on the drums. He's a little bit racist. What did you do to celebrate Easter? Did you do anything? Did you eat some ham? Turn your phone sideways. Yeah, there it is. See, it's just it was vertical and bad. Now it's good. You ain't seen. Wow, how many seaweed?
My sponsor, I was big.
idea then. How much edibles are we talking about?
I think it was 100 milligrams.
Wow, that's a lot.
That's a lot. No, that's a lot.
That's a lot, but for your weight, it's not much. You're on cloud nine. Filled with kiwi. Nothing. Drove out to the ocean. Yeah, no, of course. I actually wake up in my Easter suit. I have a tradition where I put my Easter suit on the night before I go to bed. It's filled. I got dick holes and booty holes hanging out my pocket. I'm an array of dildos and booty holes, and I'm a dildo DDP.
I said, Tony, I fucked my dick in a rabbit suit.
All right. It hurt more the second time you said it. I'm going to be honest. I was going to say the exact same thing. But I can't. Because Tony is my furry. It's true. Yeah, I like to hop around every once in a while. So you've been walking a lot.
Jeremiah looked like he invented a breadstick.
Yeah, and it looks like you ate it all, you fat
These Italians don't take it easy.
I think that's a compliment.
Yo, you get your deep dish ass smelling out of here. She likes fat chicks.
So I've been watching you on Instagram. You've been walking a lot. You've been walking miles and miles and miles every single day. Do you have a scale that you're turned in?
No, it's not me, but I'm so supposed to get rid of it.
Redman got you on that one out of nowhere.
Since you got that hairbrush with body and stuff. You know how hairbrush
I love that. Oh my god. Wow. So you don't have a scale, you're measuring yourself, you said that you're probably losing weight by how your clothes fit. Your clothes are getting bigger. Yeah.
So when I started exercising before, like a year and a half, 2 years ago, I focused too much on weight loss. So now I'm just focusing more on being healthy and doing healthier things, making healthier choices. So I'm not like I'm focused on being healthier, and then the weight loss would be a byproduct of being healthier instead of just strictly focusing on the weight.
On your Instagram yesterday, I saw 2 little pots of macaroni and cheese in the oven. Were those both for you?
No, man, I got a brother.
Oh, when you say brother, what are you talking about?
He's already black, Rocco. It doesn't matter.
That's twice as bad. You got a brother that's a brother?
So brother.
You've been roasting people, I believe, daily on Instagram. You and I went at it pretty wildly the other night. Smoking so much pot, I believe. You say that like an undercover cop. Smoking. Yeah, we were singing.
Whoa.
I was out of control. We told him the other night he was a slave and audio slave.
Solid joke.
Anything else crazy in life happening, David? What else is shaking? Anything on the horizon? Anything like that? Oh, come on. You put the wine in. Your parents are healthy. That's not true.
Yo, that's a fact. I didn't want to.
That's not true either way you say it. That's just simply literally not true. There's no N in booty hole. Hey, no, there's no N anyway. I'll tell you that. Do your gay fact checker online, Wikipedia, you know what I'm saying? Oh my god. David,
I'm sure Tony Hitchcock with your middle name, you can just KY jelly out there.
oh my god. You put the jelly in KY jelly. You put the peanut butter. You put the cocoa butter in the basket. Ralph against the hose again. All right. Hose is spelled H-O. Get out of my neighborhood. All right.
Everybody knows me, dog. My daughter told me that she hates the boy.
Aw, that's so cute. How old's your daughter again?
26. They don't understand the importance of
That is adorable. Brian, don't ever do the voice of a black woman again. Automatic, non.
Looks like that table wine is kicking in, you know what I'm saying? Hashtag table wine.
Somebody call Bill Marks. We have a new rule around here. Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
What do you think about that thing that happened this week with Bill Marks saying that we should totally be allowed to call it the China virus? You think that's allowed, David Lucas? It's always interesting. You're the rare black conservative-leaning comedian, right?
I mean, they did call it Spanish flu, Ebola drop. They will see how hard they were hitting Africa about that's where it came from. And then over there in China, bro, they fucking keeping Africans out. And speaks with and shit. So it's like, man, call that shit the Chinese flu, dog. Yeah, fuck that.
we have more in common with the Chinese than just pasta.
Sorry, Joe, that ain't it, dog.
Well, David, you look great, man. You're glowing. I don't know what's going on there. Something's happening.
Swallowed a fucking needle like a jack-o'-lantern. All right.
You're smiling. You finally seem like you're all caught up and dressed since that crazy trip to New York and Atlanta and all that stuff. Out there flying.
Man, yeah, dog. No, but for real, though, dog, like, when I got back from New York, I was just on edge for like 15, 16 days because every time I felt a little something different, I found out, like, oh shit, that's it. You know, and I didn't want to be responsible for fucking killing my mom. So there was a lot of stress going on coming back from me, you know what I'm saying? Can you imagine being on edge for 2 weeks?
All right, David, you're the man. Thank you so much. Everybody follow David Lucas Funny on social media, and he works for me on Instagram. David Lucas, everyone. There you go. So, keep moving along, everyone. Next comedian goes by the name of Omar Cherkaoui. Omar Cherkaoui. Omar.
Hi, my name is Omar. I'm from Morocco. We have this promotion. It's a time for us to talk about the words. I've been self-isolation for about 6-7 years. This is nothing new. I've been to a promotion. For me, this is really fun to be out to be in the house. So I just realized that how everyone is how is that for social distancing? It's not social distancing. It's like that conception of this is self-isolation within self-isolation. Not that I'm not a master at it yet. I'm trying to get to the point that I can say is that also
first basketball related stuff I watched was Golden, and from that moment on, I was like a Lakers fan.
I live 15 minutes away from Staples Center, and I'm not even a Lakers fan. It's incredible that you on the other side of the world.
Yeah.
Are you a basketball fan at all?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, he is. What's the main sport there, though, right? Soccer, right?
Yes. Football, not soccer.
Right.
Football.
Do you play any sports?
I used to play basketball, but I am too short for it.
How about hobbies? What do you do for fun nowadays?
I just watch movies, you know. Used to make some stuff, series. I watched recently, the first time I watched Taxi Driver, and I got some weird vibes from it, because it looks like the Joker, the working his Joker, and it's weirding me out. It was weird.
Well,
Don't you see like there's like resemblance between Taxi Driver and Joker on the phone?
without a doubt, yes. There's sort of a method behind that. The current Joker was loosely based off of Martin Scorsese's The Comedian. Is that it? King of Comedy, and that was made by Scorsese right after or before he made Taxi Driver, so it's all right there within the same realm.
So you're a teacher in Morocco, but if you come to New York, you're going to be a taxi driver. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think so. I speak English.
Just got word from the listeners. They want less Rocco instead of more Rocco. We moved to less Rocco.
He's breaking your balls, Rocco. It's all right.
Interesting. So you have a wedding ring on your left. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just say, Mrs. Lucia, how you doing? I'm sorry.
You better watch your mouth, all right?
My husband's a very powerful man.
Your husband's still alive?
Yes, he's alive in our hearts.
Oh, wow.
Not all.
How long ago did he pass away?
It feels like an eternity. I couldn't say it. My heart is so broken.
Your heart is so broken. You can't say
She came from the funeral, obviously.
Yes, too soon.
How did he die? Can you tell me how he died? You just didn't say you don't know when. Can you tell me how?
Yes, it was an accident.
Hi, how are you not remembering last night?
I said too much.
What kind of accident was it?
Let's just say it was a slip.
Hey,
All right, you got your answer now. Let's move on.
I'm going to break up there long enough. I wish we had a red laser to go hunt Jesse. First of all, it's a football, you moron! You're a moron! It's the third wall here, you idiot!
Looks like you're doing some
Football, who gives a shit?
all right. We still got Omar with us, everyone. So Omar, I noticed that you had a ring on your left hand, on the ring finger, the wedding ring finger in your video, but that's not on there now. What's up with that? Did you get divorced?
Yes, it's just one of the I don't know what I didn't get the ring. I don't know why.
Alright. Interesting stuff. Now, I found your set to be interesting because you're from Morocco, but really almost, and I appreciated the hell out of the incredible subtitles. Very well produced video, very well cut. That is so appreciated.
Something we're like really happy to give. It's way better. See the subtitles. It's actually so images.
However, I will say,
This is my favorite.
we are just the perfect distance, just the right amount of delay for us both to keep tying at the exact same time. The production was incredible. Everything was great. However, your 60 seconds was literally about as funny as the coronavirus. Rocco, what's going on?
I have allergies, alright? I'm sorry.
Sorry. Is stand-up comedy popular there in Morocco?
No, not at all. I don't think so. It actually was it's reversed. You know, you get famous first from the countries to like apply quarantine and self-isolation. Now we have 1,800 cases, 152 recovered, 115 died, but yeah, it's not
When
that
was
bad.
that?
But
When
also
did
we
the
have to do something.
when did the quarantine start the lockdown? Do you remember about?
I think a month ago.
See, that's the interesting thing is a lot of these places, like they'll say like where it's reinfected or beyond, and you find out it's all basically the same time. It's just U.S. media like tells the story of us extremely late. Like we were unprepared for this. Like anyone knew what was coming.
Omar, I got a question for you. You said it's reverse in Morocco. Now, do you have any examples of comedians that actually did that path? I've never heard of that. Just curious.
Not a lot, for example, Ganymed, you know Ganymed?
Yeah.
Yes, he's Moroccan actually, you know that?
I didn't actually.
He's got that Russell Peters thing going on. He's from one place, but people think he's from another place.
I don't trust him.
Yeah. He's Moroccan, you know.
Anything else crazy we should know about you? Anything insane?
Now we said the sun was back, so I bomb, right? Mission accomplished. I bomb 100 Americans.
Yeah. I mean, it's really, I don't really consider it bombing if you're 60 seconds. These are very special episodes. If there was an audience out there sitting quietly, awkwardly laughing at your setups once they realized one joke was over, I think that's really bombing. I think there's just sort of like not being that funny on this version of this show, and I think that's exactly what you fell into. But if you're honored by the thought of you bombing on an American show, then my friend, you really did it here tonight. Really sensitive.
I take the bomb joke away from it. I did it first.
Indeed. So mission accomplished, but it's that kind of mission accomplished, like when George W. Bush stood in front of the sign that said mission accomplished, and then we stayed at war with that country for another decade. It's that kind of mission accomplished. Awesome. There he goes. Omar, thank you so much. Omar Cherkaoui, everyone. CHERKAOUIONARR on social media at Cherkaoui Omar with an extra R. The man killing it. There he goes. He's gonna do that part every episode where Jeremiah learns a song in front of us. Here we go. The part that the people have been asking for. They're like, we want more of that. Your next comedian goes by the name of Matt Burring. Matt Burring, everyone. Here we go. Here's another song. Matt Burring, starting now.
She told me that she was listening and she was she was funny, smart, very attractive, stunning, she's my type. The atmosphere, she was coffee,
Oh my.
Hold them down. Real question: do they make you cover up some beer in its entirety while you're in Trader Joe's? Well, right now we have to wear face masks. So you just run the shit down.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Look at you. Real tough guy in that Trader Joe's. Interesting. You ever have to kick anybody out or any trouble ever go down at the Trader Joe's while you're there?
I mean, I personally don't have to do that, but it happens to be on me.
You know, I almost bled
People
out
going
at the
crazy
Trader
in the
Joe's.
back.
Yeah, Tony on this side of the train.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I bled like a stuck pig at a Trader Joe's probably less than a year ago. A crazy kombucha accident. I think I talked about it on the show.
It would have been the case with
I know. Trust me, I know. We tried to call an ambulance. They're like, we have to call an ambulance. I'm like, you do not. I started running.
That's a real heat cook right there.
Yeah. I got up and started sprinting away with an open wound.
You can imagine the write-up of the team. Tony gets that social media diaper with the giant Trader Joe's.
There you go.
Yeah, you're not supposed to drink those rectally.
Oh, you son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. That's why they call it kombucha.
Only when Tony drinks it.
Hey, yo.
Hey, but seriously, thank you for working during this time. I feel really bad for all the grocery store people. Like with my local grocery store, I'm like, how are they working in this situation? Do you guys have to, like, do you think going to the grocery store is safe while working at one, or do you see stuff like oh, I shouldn't be here?
I mean, I can only speak to my store, but I think we're doing a pretty good job. We limit the amount of people that can come into the store, so that's kind of nice. We're
How many
cleaning
quarter
constantly.
pounders worth of people are collecting for one? No, I'm kidding. Fun stuff. I liked your set. You know, when you do, you know, they say that there's a rule of three. I don't really agree with this, but you know, you did a joke with four things, and the fourth was Hillary Rodham Clinton. And even though you're right, there are those criminals with three names, I still sort of would say that you could just do Hillary Rodham Clinton third and get to it a little bit quicker and get out, because that all makes sense. But
Yeah, it makes sense.
president?
I was gonna say maybe check those jokes on Twitter, because I've seen a few of those people. I'm not saying you took them, but like sometimes when you talk about current events, you're gonna run the risk of finding other people that involved.
Like what? Like which one, son?
The Hillary Rodham one, the mortician one being ghosted by a mortician. Similar sort of thought.
It's all right.
Okay.
You're a newbie. It takes, you know, when people are just starting out, they try to make people laugh. They try to do things that you know, feel like it's stuff that they've heard and they don't really know it. But as you do it more often, have you ever done stand up in front of an audience?
Just one time I killed Tony in Seattle.
I think we've heard those jokes before because we've heard him before. Because I thought I heard those jokes before too, but did you do the similar jokes?
No, I did a joke about a guy shitting in 24-hour fitness challenge.
That's a new joke.
Were you on the early show or the late show there in Seattle?
I was on the late show last week.
Were you the Southern Belle on that one?
Yeah, Newsies. Yep.
Fun.
Okay.
Matt, what else about your life should we know about?
Not much. Last time we talked, I was living in my truck. Now I actually got a place to live.
Oh, cool. How'd you manage that?
I use some people in that room around. Figure get a room during this pandemic was probably smart.
Yeah, for sure.
What are those folks behind you? What kind of folks are they?
Your albums.
Well, there's some records. Mark Zuckerberg. A biography about Malcolm X, and then a book about the beach of the right.
What do you think about him having a biography of Malcolm X?
It sounds like he's trying to date a black chick. Have you ever fucked a black?
Instagram at Von Bury, all one word. And look at this, we are joined by the man goblin himself, the one and only William Montgomery, is streaming live right now. Hello, William. How are you?
How's it going? I'm doing jobs on blackbeard.com.
Oh my goodness.
So just a red man story of Mr. Black Party. We had the party last night. I was DJing a high school prom. I'm having trouble sleeping these days, so I downloaded a white noise app, and it just ended up being the Seinfeld theme song. One thing I learned during quarantine is that I'm not actually allergic to cats, because it all depends on how you cook them. Hey Tony, does all this mean we're going to have to wait 2 more months for another Medea movie? No, but seriously, I was actually looking at Wikipedia. Medea's criminal record is extensive.
Here it is, William Montgomery, everyone. A new minute from William. There you go. I would say that white noise Seinfeld joke is the real first joke of the night, almost, basically. Sort of. That's a real professionally written. Wait, Redman is informing me that he wrote the same joke this week. Redman wrote a new joke, and it just so happens to be the same one that you wrote, William.
I posted an Instagram story. I posted an Instagram story where it was just my backyard at night. It was completely quiet. I put white noise, you know, and then I thought, white noise. I mean, shut the fuck up. Right, shut the fuck up. You saw my fucking Instagram story. Do you see this shit around my eyes? I'm in Morocco right now.
Where'd you write it down at? On paper? Or?
How was the mini tacos that you had the other night? Yeah, they were pretty good. I can't believe you didn't let me in your fucking place.
Are you guys having your own podcast right now? Is this Brothers of Person?
Alright, well, we say brothers.
I love it. So,
How are y'all doing?
William, we're doing good. Is that eye makeup you're wearing?
Yeah, take a look.
No, yeah, I've seen it the whole time. It doesn't work as well if you close your eyes, by the way. Oh, there it is. Yeah, look at that. So who did that to you? Who did that to you?
I'm currently in Morocco right now, and I stay with Teresa Sanchez, Calvin lady.
Let's see her.
She's not here right now.
She's sitting across from me on the couch.
She's not here right now.
Yeah, she's right.
She's a nice lady, Teresa.
Just spin the phone around real quick.
There's nobody on the other side.
Just spin it around.
There's nobody on the other side.
Right now, William, you have 3 seconds or else you're no longer a regular on the show. 1, 2, 3. Just turn it around. Just turn it. It's in your fucking hand. Turn it. You're waiting for her to leave the room. You don't need to press the button. Just turn it.
What button do I press?
Oh, you son of a bitch.
Yeah,
You son of a bitch. Oh my god. Alright. William, what have you been doing to pass the time this week? Any new hobbies in the quarantine?
I've been watching a bunch of, who's the guy who was in all of the, he was in that movie where he's a detective back in the past, Big Rock, almost hits him at one point, Indiana Jones. I've been watching a bunch of Harrison Ford movies.
Wow. He was a detective? That is one of the most bizarre actors to watch all of his movies. Basically, good actor, but sort of a mainstream sellout, I would sort of say, right? Like, I mean, not really considered a great actor, more of an action.
He's great for a little boy.
What's your favorite actor? What's his most amazing action?
His most amazing actor? Well, I think Indiana Jones is the most famous.
Okay.
Star Wars,
Fugitive.
Mandarin.
Yeah, Star Wars. He wasn't in The Mandalorian.
saying he's not that great of an actor. He's like an action actor.
A Fugitive. Fugitive's a great movie.
You know that one? Yeah, you haven't seen What Lies Beneath? It's been a long time.
Hey, JJ. Iron Presentation.
He's more of like an action movie now. Like, this is like saying Vin Diesel's great in Gone and Fast and Furious. Alright.
Cowboys and Aliens.
Has the Batman movie, the second Batman movie. King, what's his name again?
Danny
Some
DeVito.
cop.
Yes. Yes,
DeVito, that's a good guy right here.
Heck yeah. You've just been sitting around watching a bunch of shitty movies.
I have. Thinking about brushing my teeth, thinking about flossing, and not.
Did you get a haircut?
Good, you got a haircut.
No, more's just falling out.
Looks good.
Like, I just fit it to touch there.
Gravity's your barber.
Who do you do that there?
Something that's on the other side of that phone.
Oh, turn it around real quick, William. William, turn that phone around. No, just like you did it before, just turn it around. Do it right now.
Alright,
Now walk that direction. Take us for a walk before the phone call ends. Take us for a quick little tour.
Not going on it long.
Why?
I can't.
Is that what Harrison Ford would do?
Are you serious?
You still do?
Yeah. Harrison Ford is also a fun fact is a notoriously bad pilot. Like a horrific pilot. Like he's had more emergency landings than basically any other 10 pilots combined.
Also heard from Inside Sources that he's just stolen silly fellas at home. He has his ears and he's supposed to stop.
Can't really get stoned before it's like
Not when he's flying to the gym.
Yes, no, before a flight is not.
Who the fuck said that?
Alright, William.
Alright, well, that's probably my best set. Thank you so much.
That is true. That is one of my favorite sets from you. I'm for real this time. There he is, William Montgomery. Everybody. There he is, William Montgomery. What are the odds of that? You guys both writing a white noise Seinfeld joke the same week.
Yo, Rocco wrote a black goalkeeper's joke earlier this week. No, I didn't.
Alright, your next comedian on this list, we all know this name very well. He is a legend in the history of this show. He famously has an Instagram that always blows up on this show. We always look at his past Instagram posts and laugh at his hashtags and his incredibly, what some would call douchey posts. But he's a guy out here hustling, a good-looking guy, you know, everybody's trying to make it, everybody, you know, and he's doing a good job for himself, so let's see what he's written lately. This is 60 Seconds of Comedy Silence of Kevin Mack. Here he is.
cars.
Yeah, look at the webcam facing his bed below him on top of the TV. You can actually see a camera.
It is incredible.
That's my Apple TV. That's my Apple TV. Yeah, great ideas.
Damn right. Look at you, a real family setup you have there. You have the Brahma bull horns, the old bull skull on the, is that a bison perhaps, on the wall we have there?
It is a bison.
Geez, and that was fun, man. I literally went from, I tried to give your background of history on the show by saying he sort of has douchey posts on Instagram, but we're all doing good here, this and that. And then as soon as I, tried to set you up properly after saying that you're douchey, I reset it, and then you come out guns a-blazing, so get my dick sucked by this 20-year-old cam girl, and basically went right into your brand. It's absolutely hilarious. So what's her name? Brian wants to look her up.
Yeah.
You can probably get her some followers right now.
Yeah, you can actually.
I don't know how that works.
Get the Kill Tony fans over there tipping a bit.
Yeah, check it out on OnlyFans. It's Delaney.
Delaney Lane. Look at that. Not the first time you plugged her today. Am I right, guys?
Hey, Anthony!
It's me.
Coming into your role!
Right. They used to call me Joey Slaps.
Come on!
We ever
My
talk
God,
about
it's
that?
good, man.
Never talked about that on the show before.
I'm sitting here. I'm enjoying the scents of my damn good candle.
Plug that damngoodco.com for your damn good candle. Everybody's got one nowadays. So let's talk about it, man. How's life been going? You got a 20-year-old cam girl. We know your love life's good. That's always been good for you. What else is happening? You staying sane during this crazy time?
Yeah, I'm not buying into the hoax. I've been out running trails and hiking and riding my motorcycles, doing backyard workouts. Yeah,
That's
I'm
great.
buying into it.
I love it. Well, I mean,
My
all that
grandparents
stuff.
are dead.
Right. I agree. No, I got you there. I'm with you. All the stuff that you said pretty much is social distancing, by the way. You scared me there when you're like, I'm not buying into the hoax. I'm out here doing things, and then you named a bunch of things that you do by yourself out there on the
I'm out at
motorcycle.
EDM parties. I'm out at Ed Hardy conventions.
Right.
I'm playing solitaire.
Yeah, you're playing solitaire in the middle of a park.
I'm never hiking or riding my motorcycle.
Oh, you have a sidecar, huh?
I got a lady on the back.
Oh.
You ever live life until you got a handy on the freeway?
Is that a real story?
It's a real story.
She jerked you off on the hike.
On a motorcycle.
On a motorcycle. Now, where did the tongue go?
She didn't know this.
Oh, you were able to
It don't count anymore! You gotta complete on a bike!
all right. You were able to get hard though? Is that true?
Yeah, it was on the 5 freeway.
Oh,
You turned that motorcycle into a stick shift. Am I right? All right.
what time of the day was this? 'Cause, I mean, can you imagine just being stuck in traffic and there's just everybody's like laughing and pointing at you getting jerked off on a motorcycle?
It was, before she was on the bike, it was the 10 freeway.
For those of you listening to this show that might not know Los Angeles, the 5 freeway is a 6-lane, usually packed highway. Not very free-flowing.
I could barely see the 134 before I stopped.
Yeah. Ryan's never gotten jerked off on the 5, but he has scratched his asshole on the 134. All right, let's talk about your Instagram. Is it still legendarily douchey? Oh, look, the guys brought it up. Are the viewers at home can see this right now? Wow, so you can actually see what we're talking about. Look at this. It's a picture of him and his motorcycle, faster than Corona, in parentheses, ride or die. Hashtag motto, hashtag motorcycle, hashtag motorcycles, hashtag ride, hashtag bikes, hashtag bike, hashtag bikers, hashtag biker boy, hashtag bike god, hashtag bike life, hashtag Indian motorcycle, hashtag freedom, hashtag free, hashtag live, love,
I jerked me off with a bike.
Oh my god. That is incredible. Wow, look at that. Oh my god. No, wait, go back to that other
You
one.
have a camera in your hand. Who's taking a picture of you? How did it work?
Hey, get a picture of me with my camera.
Oh, God.
Hey, this is that inception that dude was trying to figure out.
Hey, alright, scan back down there. Now go back to where we can see all the pictures. Roll down. Go down. What's that one? What's that one with him in the grass there?
What is this?
What is that? I am a man tiger. I stalk the grasslands. Man panthers are pussies to me. Oh, you're calling out Brian Callen. Oh, okay, yeah, you guys are both shirtless quite often. Anyway, you guys are both I gotcha. You guys both work out, mix your comedy in with your bodies. Wow, is that one supposed to be silly too? That one top right there? Click on that one, the one where he looks like the bad guy from Superman 3.
That's a good haircut. I get behind right there.
Wow, look at those hashtags. You got hashtag haha in there.
I got a hashtag sexy Messiah in there too.
Oh my god, you son of a...
Now, do you find that a lot of people are searching for the hashtag sexy messiah?
You'd be surprised. I think it was like 5,000 posts for hashtag sexy Messiah.
Wow.
A lot of Jesus porn out there.
Do you check your, what do they call that, like analytics? See how much, these hashtags get you? You can do that on Instagram, right?
Yeah, I can basically see how well each hashtag performs.